Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
Welcome in, everybody. This is the Road and Toe Show, special Sunday episode. Tonight we're going to have an update on for public safety and official misconduct story. I am your host, Toe for Life. My host, Road Dogs Media. We have a special co-host tonight in Mexican Longhair. Special guest for public safety and official misconduct, Emmanuel Mata. Thank you guys all for being here. Everybody in chat, Road Dogs. I'm going to mute. You take over, brother, because this is your brainstorm.
All right. And this was originally going to be done on KDOS. He is airing it on his page, but due to a death in the family, he is actually at a funeral at the moment. Our hearts go out to him. But we actually want to bring you guys up. We have a final episode of the 3. Hopefully you guys had a chance to watch them. There's actually a 3 installment. The first 2 were put out earlier this week. And we are going to be doing the very last one on the show today. Afterwards, we will have Mexican Longhair kind of doing an interview with For Public Safety. You know how he is. He is really good at questions. And then we're going to open up the panel and kind of, there's a few people that's been invited. They'll come up, ask their questions, and then we'll open the panel up to where anybody and everybody can come up and ask questions for public safety, as well as official misconduct, as you see them on camera. And they're one of my favorite couples. I love these guys to death. They're awesome people. But
even better than Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, Road Dog?
Yeah, way better than them.
I just checking.
They're right up there next to you and Bernie, just saying.
Right on.
But for public safety or official misconduct, do you guys have anything you guys want to start off with?
Just thank you. I mean, this community is just so freaking amazing, and I mean, we don't know where we would be because we know where we were before you guys, and it sucked. And things are a lot different today, and we owe it all to this community. Like, really, the difference has been everything we needed.
Yeah. Hey, Road Dog, before you play the video, I just want to say welcome everybody in all the link chats. One of the link chats is mine. I'm not going to be able to get to you guys individually like I normally do because this is, like I said, a simulcast on a bunch of different channels, but I'll do my best to get your questions. But before we get to the video, for public safety and misconduct, can you give a really brief synopsis for the people that missed the first 2 videos? I guess the better question is, why are we here, and why are we going to be watching a 3rd installment of a very important trilogy of videos?
Well, what this is, MLH, this is the reason we're doing what we're doing in this community. Like, we become activists in this community. The reason being is because of the event in which we suffered. and we suffered basically two different events, like really egregious situations from government actors, government agencies, and they were back to back, and they had to do with one another, and it was a whole big mess. And where we're at is, you know, Misconduct and I have been out there being active, trying to help the whole, you know, solve the issue, which of course that's everybody in this community's fight. But we wanted for people to see and know why we're doing it. You know, what happened to us. Back the blue till it happens to you. That's a very true line, unfortunately. And I'm almost embarrassed to say that it took that for us to get up and start being real active the way we are. I mean, we've always spoken out, you know, we've always stood on the other side, you know, on the side of the victims, but we could have done better, you know, and now, you know, we feel like if there's anything that came out of what happened to us, it's they gave us the strength to fight.
Right.
And what you're going to see in this trilogy, this was really, really, really hard for Tiff and I to make this trilogy, because I mean, we cried a lot, you know, we got angry. We went through all the emotions again to make this trilogy. It's hard, guys, but we did it because we want you all to know that we're not in this for anything other than to be there for everyone, you know, that needs it. We're there to help the community. And if you could see and kind of get an understanding of what it is that we went through, you'll know we're in it for the right reasons, you know. So that's why we made it. You know, we wanted you all to see what we've been through, and we wanted you to see how bad things are. And we've heard of worse stories since we've, you know, gotten out there and started sharing ours the way we are now. Hell, most of the time you can't even share it because people don't want to hear it. You know, to be honest with you, people just don't even want to hear it. But when we found this community, people did start wanting to hear it. So we started getting our story out there. But man, we've run across people in that process that have been through even way more egregious, you know, things. And you know, this is our way of showing you our hearts, our souls, everything that we mean. You know, so that's what this trilogy is about. You know,
Right.
We're spilling everything. There's nothing. This is so personal to us, and you know, I just want you all to know what we've been through and know what we stand for. So
I mean, I don't understand how it gets much worse than what you guys have dealt with, other than somebody getting killed.
it
But
does, though. That's it, man. It goes all the way to people getting killed.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, it does. And we're in this community, we're all very, very aware, and it's why I'd like to think the vast majority of us are doing this. But real short kind of synopsis. Basically, you were served a warrant. The cops basically ransack your house, take a bunch of your property, break your wife's back, misconduct, which you see right in the frame there. I know I'm shortening it quite a bit, but if you guys want to see the details of the first two videos will make your skin crawl. So it's definitely not something that I would recommend having your kids around for. There's blood curdling screams, which obviously is misconduct in a lot of pain, distress, confusion, chaos. I mean, you've got everything that a horror movie should be in these first two videos. So if you guys want to check out those two videos, please check out those videos. They're I don't want to say they're awesome, because it's not about being awesome, but they are harrowing, chaotic. They'll leave you confused, upset, angered, and that's, I think, the purpose of the videos, is to show exactly what happened with you guys. And you know, we're going to get into more of the specifics, but I think now it's kind of appropriate that we see the third part, and then I guess we can go from there, unless anybody has anything to say before we start.
Welcome to our lives before you hit the play button. You know?
Okay. Yeah, it is kind of long, but honestly, I feel the whole thing needs to be seen. hopefully you guys did get a chance to go watch part 1 and 2. If not, watch this and then go back, because it may fill in the gaps that you may not realize.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get this rolling.
Yeah. I have not seen this one. Oh, I was just gonna say I haven't seen this one yet. So this is a long one.
Yeah, there's only a couple of people that have actually seen this one. So
yeah, this is not released, guys. This is the official premiere release right now. You're watching it live with us.
Right.
You know, we haven't released this yet. So,
all right, here we go.
You fucked up.
Show me your hands up. Come here. Come here. Record. You're feeling and experiencing the same thing that those undercover inmates and actual inmates go through. But you're also seeing the effects of an understaffed and underfunded facility too.
What next, though, now that the A&E reality TV experiment has wrapped?
Some inmates may face more charges and will face more charges. Actually, some former guards might, and the sheriff it put in the spotlight now comes away with more professional and political clout.
I didn't do it to raise my profile. This program, I did it to improve the jail. The weird part for me is we never had an inmate ever file a complaint.
The $250,000 worth of cameras 60 Days crews left helped buy body scanners to find weapons, gave them the ammo and proof to fire 5 guards, prompt 7 to resign, get money for 4 more medical positions, and develop treatment programs. It's why the sheriff says Indiana has to find some way to pay for it.
From a county finance perspective, that it's tough for me to get the funding that we need to operate the jail.
From staffing to sewage overflows that evacuated a pod. How much more 60 Days in might help? He's not sure. Sheriff Knoll claims that the changes in total have opened up other beds that he now fills with other counties paying inmates. Busting more suppliers, he says.
You are going into the hot zone.
We need to find out how the cartels are operating in our community. The cartels are operating in our community. The cartels are operating in our community. The cartels are.
Police officer, search warrant!
But we're going to take the fight to the cartel and we're going to win this.
Police officer, search warrant!
But we're going to take the fight to the cartel and we're going to win this.
Cartels.
Narcotics.
Hello, this is Chris.
Chris, this is Troy McDaniel, the SWAT commander for the regional team. I heard you were down here looking for me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been actually trying to get a hold of Frank Luke for quite some time. I just haven't gotten a call back. So I appreciate you calling me. Thank you.
Sure.
It was the first time I tried going down there in person, so that probably helped a little bit. We had an incident occur over a year ago involving the SWAT team.
Yes, sir.
They became involved.
Who is it?
The SWAT team became involved.
Okay.
And I believe we're filing a lawsuit on it. And the thing that we need to do, I would like, and this is not my attorney that told me to do this, I want to do it for the sake of, not everybody needs to be held accountable for something not everybody did wrong. You know what I mean? And
I understand.
and right now, as it sits, there isn't good formal paperwork to separate who's who.
Okay.
And I want that because there was an officer there that both my girlfriend and I we were very fond of him. We feel like he was very professional, and you know, we actually want to thank him too. He kind of kept things from getting worse than what they already were. So that's.
I think I was there. Do you live right there?
Yes, sir. I believe you might be the one we want to thank. What's your name?
Well, it's Troy McDaniel.
That's it, Mr. McDaniels. We appreciate your behavior that night. You know, the deal is Donovan. He did not need to act like that. Turned out Tiffany.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
It turned out Tiffany's back was fractured again that night. I don't know if you're aware of that. Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, she suffered a spinal fracture in her L6 and a torn rotator cuff. And that wasn't done prior, you know.
Right.
And you know, the deal is, of course, we got to file a lawsuit. You know, what else are we going to do? We can't afford these bills. Right. And we weren't doing nothing wrong that night. We weren't doing nothing wrong at all. And
here's how we got notified. I'll tell you the whole backstory. I'll tell you everything.
Please.
I'll get a phone call from, we'll say a detective or an officer or whatever, and say, hey, we got a search what we're going to do on this such and such address. And I'll say, okay, what's the criminal history of the guy? The guy had a violent criminal history in the back, and he knows firearms such and such and such. They didn't, I know for a fact, because I'm the one who activated, we didn't send the whole SWAT team down. I think there was only about 10 guys there that night, I think. I know it wasn't the whole team. And if I'm not mistaken, Donovan, because you'll have to file a complaint through with Sheriff Jamie. That's his boss. That's who will have to handle all of his complaints would be him. Because with the agencies, we have 5 different agencies on the regional team.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a specific issue with Detective Herod, you'll have to go through his respective agency, if that makes sense to you.
It does. Yeah, we've learned a lot since that day. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember because I walked your wife back in, I think, or your girlfriend, because I didn't want the dog to get hurt.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
now I do. Yep, I remember.
I think you de-escalated a lot of things that didn't need to get escalated. I really do. I feel like you know, that's why I didn't want you to leave that night. Now, we were in shock, you know, but I very distinct.
Like over a stolen motorcycle. I don't even think you went to jail that night, did you?
Well, no, I didn't do anything wrong, bud. No,
I don't know the case. I don't even know the case.
Well, hell, since you're giving me information, I'm gonna give it to you too, bud. Let me tell you what happened. That motorcycle was given to me by the probate courts, and after the death of my uncle, it was willed to me. And what really happened, all the way down to the real, you know, the reality, not the formal or paperwork or even, you know, what you're going to find in reports and law enforcement. The real deal is that Tiffany's ex-husband has been accusing me and Tiffany of everything from he's called me a child molester to saying that we're heavily involved in drugs and all this crazy. You know, he literally is going around telling it like his lawyer and stuff in their custody case and judges.
If I was you, this is just my opinion. If I was you, I would find out where that report because a prosecutor, or I'm sorry, a judge had to sign off on that warrant that they issued for your house that night. I would find out where that information originated from. That's where I'd be starting.
That's what I'm doing.
Take it for what it's worth.
That's what I'm telling you about. We've done that. What it turned out to be, this is what we're sure of. And plus, you know, I got a few people that tell me things from the inside out.
Right.
But what it is that Billy, Tiffany's ex-husband, he has been making all these false allegations about me and Tiffany. He's been doing it to Tiffany for years and years and years. That's why she lost her kids. He calls DCS and lies and does this. But he has been trying to insinuate that I am a Mexican mafia drug lord. I'm not kidding.
Cartels.
Yeah, well, hold on. Hang on to your hat, buddy. Guess who bought it?
Who?
Judge Weber. He bought it. It was in a custody case where Billy was making these allegations, and what had happened was, I guess he's tried to sell that to a DCS caseworker who was looking at a lawsuit by Tiffany because they wrongfully removed the kids based on that guy's false allegations against her. In other words, he was calling the hotline over and over, making false reports. And one of the things he was trying to say is that she was a drug addict, you know. Well, when people don't pay attention to Billy, he makes the story even more fantastic. So he went from saying that she was a drug addict to saying that she, you know, was involved in a big drug operation, and got all the way to the point where he was saying me and her was manufacturing and distributing drugs out of our house.
Right.
You know, it's completely ridiculous. But the thing is, he said that to the judges involved in their custody cases. One of them was Weber.
Oh, and he's the one who signed off on the warrant that evening?
Yep. And and the deal is, Donovan's his dog, you know what I mean? Go get him. So, Donovan, I don't want to do too much because I don't want to get you mixed into it neither, but I do want to tell you the gist of it. Donovan was told, I guess he was convinced that we were involved in this drug operation crap.
Right, but I think that's the debrief that I received as well, that there was like distribution of meth or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Crazy.
It's been a minute ago, but I think that's what I remember.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Because it was right at sundown, wasn't it?
Yeah, man, it was dark.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, that's right.
That was my birthday.
Well, that's a hell of a birthday present, I guess.
The biggest surprise I've ever had. I'm not going to say if it was good or bad.
Well, I'm telling you, if you go to Clark County and they're like, no, we're not going to entertain this discussion, that's whenever you need to get a hold of state police then, and then go to them and say, I'm not getting any response from Clark County, and then go through Indiana State Police. That's exactly.
Hello, sir. How are you today? Sorry, we do this for our record. We need to make a report.
Who are you?
My name is Chris.
Chris.
That's it. That's all you need for now, please. Until we make a report.
Give me your name. You can leave.
Sir, why?
Good day.
No, we need to make a report. It's our legal business we need to conduct. Ma'am, can we get a different officer, please? Somebody that understands the law.
State of Indiana.
I understand the law very well.
Okay.
I'll give you your name if you want to report.
I'll do a report, then you can get my name at that point. But right now I'm a little nervous about doing it because the person we're reporting, the people we're reporting are police officers.
From where?
From Clark County, Indiana, sir.
We don't do reports on other police.
You're going to have to because it's your jurisdiction on this one.
No, we're not. You can go to their chief.
We already did. It's above their chief.
Their chief.
It's above their chief.
Their chief is involved.
Prosecutor.
No, sir, because we have a conflict.
prosecutor because the prosecutor's involved. It's a conflict of interest.
We need you to. We have to have you do that.
It's your jurisdiction.
But it is the law. But it is the law, sir.
You have a good day.
No, sir, I need your help.
I've already told you, you have a good day.
I need your help.
We're not doing it.
But it's the law. You have to do this. It's the law. This is the process.
No.
We're doing it right. We are.
No.
Sir, we are.
I told you, I am not.
I know we're doing this right by coming to state police.
I am not taking a report on another agency.
But I need you to because they look, they hurt us.
No.
They committed an assault and I can prove it.
Attorney General, but you're not doing it here.
We've already spoken with the Attorney General. They even they were helpful in letting me know this is the process, that state police.
No.
Sir, it is. Do you have a higher up rank that I can speak
I
to?
have the highest rank here.
Sir, then I need your help.
No. You can go to the prosecutor.
We were assaulted by the police because of the prosecutor.
Yes, you have a higher up rank.
I understand that.
Hello. That would be FBI's jurisdiction.
I understand that as well. But this particular case, this particular instance, I need to make a report on. I have the right to file a report.
Tell me your name.
It's Chris.
Chris what?
That is my name. It's Chris. I'm not lying to you.
Okay.
When you get the report going, I'll tell you my full name.
No.
Why?
You're not going to give me your name. You're not getting any.
You know, this is part of the problem with the disconnect in Indiana.
All right. You have a good day.
A little higher than that, but not in the complaint process. As far as the big process, well, we've already filed a 1983 Class 8 lawsuit. So we've got, you know, we're suing Clark County for sure. I mean, they broke her back. You know, you can't get any worse damages than that, but death. I mean, You know, in other words, we can't afford not to. So that's, you know, that's being done, and this is the reason. This is the reason I'm on the phone with you. I don't want you, personally, you, to be held any kind of accountability for that kind of behavior, because Tiffany and I have talked about this, so you wouldn't believe how much. I mean, you can only imagine. You know, we were completely innocent, and then our house gets busted into, her back gets broke. I got beat up with handgun out there in the driveway, you know, and it's like, and guns going off on her porch and shit. You know, we sit and we talk about this every day because it's been a wrestle not to hate police. You know what I mean?
Right.
And not only that, but we were really, you know, mentally drained and damaged. You know, hell, our neighbors don't like us anymore. You know, even like the little girl that lives next door, she was outside when that happened, and she's so scared of us. She thinks we're, you know, something to fear. So like, she won't even come out. Like if we walk outside to smoke a cigarette or something, and that little girl's out there, she runs to her grandpa.
She'll go inside. That's not good.
No, I mean, that's our neighbors, and they don't even like us anymore. We share a driveway, you know. But just, you know, let me fast forward a little bit. That all has been weighed real heavy on our lives for the past year and a half.
Right.
And we talk about it a lot. That's the only way to vent, you know. And both her and I have always agreed that not only do we feel like you potentially saved us from being hurt worse, but we feel like had you not been there, and I'm talking about you personally, this is a personal thank you, had you not de-escalated things the way you did, we would never have been able to forgive anybody. You know, police departments, government, the people that were at our house, nobody. We would not have that ability to have found forgiveness, I'm telling you. Because
I'm glad I did at least one thing right in my 25-year career.
Well, if that's all you've ever heard, buddy, I'll be surprised, because I feel like
it's not. But I appreciate you saying that. You know, there's got to be a voice of reason with a lot of these guys out here. That's a fact.
I feel like there were some neutral parties who were just following orders, and I feel like there were your key players. And I already know the key players from Clark County, the ones that fooled you. You know.
Yeah, that's where you need to be. That's where I would be putting my bullseye.
Yeah.
And you know, and again, if you've already contacted some hires to be, people start getting deposed and depositions and stuff like that, and the truth will come out. Eventually, it will, and things hopefully will work out for you guys.
Well, I hope the truth comes out, and that's our intention, because accountability is key. You know, and we're never going to get past this if we don't go through that process, Tiffany and I.
Right.
You know, we're really struggling, you know, with God and the powers that be to try to reason with everything, you know, and I've lost so much work, and she's going to the chiropractor, or not chiropractor, but the physical therapist.
Like a bad shoulder or something like that?
No, her back had previously been broken riding a horse.
I knew one of you, I remember hearing that one of y'all had some medical problems, but I didn't know. I thought you had like a bad shoulder or something.
No, I ended up getting hit in the head with the handgun, man. There was a concussion and my ear filled with blood, and I still can't hear out of my right ear right. I didn't feel like I was that hurt that night, but I guess it was adrenaline, you know.
I'm sure.
But man, when he slammed me down and hit me with that gun, I was not fighting, or even like, okay, so it's hard to explain as the what I was doing. But what I did was I was trying to make sure that everyone knew that I was not resisting.
Yeah,
so,
didn't you, I think, because the door, now tell me if I'm wrong, now I'm trying to remember this. The door came open, and you were putting your dog up, right?
I was opening the door for you guys, and I was trying to hold the dog behind me so he wouldn't run out the door.
That's it.
Yeah,
I do remember it now. Now I know.
Oh, and I got that little porch and stuff. But so I was trying to hold the dog, not hold him back, but just keep him behind me and let you guys know, you know. So when I had my hands out and everything, I mean, that was to show you I was in my pajamas and not armed, or nothing, you know. And you were professional. You were.
Then your girlfriend or wife came out, and then because I think that's when I walked in there, because I walked in there with your wife or you or somebody put the dog up to make sure your dog didn't get injured. And we sat there in the kitchen area and talked for a few minutes, and we talked again there in the living room. And then I think we packed it. Yeah, because
you stood in the kitchen and talked to me.
You said, "Can you stay?" I'm like, "Man, I got to
Yes. Okay. No, hold on. Let me remind you how that happened. You'll remember this. So the first hit to the door, I don't know if they were, if it was like a real hard hit, or if to us on the inside, it sounded like someone ramming into it. You know what I mean? Like a boom. I mean, the whole house shook, dude. Even our decorations on the wall in our bedroom, which was in the back. That's what it felt like inside the house. Now, I don't know.
I tell you what it was is they, instead of going up to like the front door and hitting the door with the ram, they don't ever do that. We hit the side of the house with the ram that way in case, because people shot at us through the door before, so we had to stay in front of the door.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
That's probably why the house was moving.
There you go. That makes sense. Now, see, that's the very first thing that we knew of an initiation of something happening. We didn't know. Okay. The only other clue that we had was that it got real quiet when they shut our internet down. And our dog was kind of new to us, so he was like on high alert. He was brand new to the house and everything. When it got real quiet in the room, the damn dog wouldn't sit still. He was driving us up the wall. We were trying to eat and finish our dinner and all like that. But
wasn't it like a little white pit bull or something like that?
It's blue, a blue pit.
Yeah, that was good dog.
Oh boy, he got way better since you've met him. He was new to us and wild as hell. We were still trying to get him to calm the hell down, but he's way cool now. Like now he'll do everything I tell him right next to me. But anyway, man, that boom happened, and I ran because the dog ran to the door. So I ran to the door, too. I mean, I couldn't have been any faster to get to it. So what happened was I went to open it, but that's whenever they shot. Somebody shot. And
it wasn't a shot. It was a flashbang. They threw up on the patio.
Oh, they threw it. Okay. Well, see, to me, I opened the door, and boom, I started to open the door when that happened. So for me, it was like I was getting shot at.
I said, I'm not going to lie to you. I remember because we talked about it as the guys went up there the next day. I'm like, listen, first off, I do not like saying, okay, we're going to go serve a warrant on somebody at dark. I don't like that. And what we did, and you were probably focused on that loud explosion at the front patio, because I had all the police cars turn their lights and sirens on at the same initial time that they hit the side of the house with the ram. That way everybody knew in the whole neighborhood that the police were there, if that makes sense.
No, I would appreciate a process like that for everybody's sake.
That's what we do. We've done it all the time. I've always done that. As soon as we initiate, even in broad daylight, we'll make sure marked police cars are there. That way the neighbors can walk out and say, yep, I heard the sirens go off and I seen the
yes, there's an emergency. Be careful. Like,
You
yes.
probably, and I get it, you probably had tunnel vision and heard the loud noise and was like, oh shit, what the hell is that?
Well, I thought I was getting shot. I really thought I was getting shot. And honestly, I didn't know that it was police from Adam. And I had been being harassed by the family members who wanted that motorcycle. So,
I get it.
Yeah, I'd already been calling. I was the one who called the Clark County Police to initiate all this. It was me calling them. I was begging them for protection because I had family members that were, two of them that were doing us a lot of harm, trying to get me to give them that motorcycle that my uncle left to me. You know what I mean?
And do you still have that motorcycle?
No, man, they never give it back. They ended up losing it while it was in their custody.
That's a mistake too.
Huge, buddy. And they took both trailers, and only one of them was my uncle's. The other one was my hay trailer for my horses. Yeah, I know.
Well, I don't want to cut this short, but I still haven't had lunch yet. I'm about to die.
We're sitting in front of Witch. Come on down here and have a sandwich on me.
I am tired. I'm hungry as hell. But I've got, if you know me, man, I'm always available. So if you need something, don't hesitate to call down here and ask for me. I ran into Ben Geik. I guess he talked to you guys.
Yeah.
Call that same number and ask for me, and they'll leave me a voicemail. I'm normally call you back within a day or so if I'm down here.
Okay. Hey, man, we're doing me and Tiffany have, of course you meet a lot of people when you get involved in something like this. You've heard of First Amendment auditors?
First Amendment auditors.
They probably drive you up the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have been talking to a lot of them because, obviously, you know, for a while we struggled with how we're going to deal with coping. So we've met a bunch of them. They helped us, you know, kind of get steered in the right direction legally and all, because we didn't know shit about the system, you know. And they really have been helpful. But there's a lot of them, their process, like the way they do their shows, that we think needs to be geared in a different direction instead of pointing the finger at police all the time and look at them as one big collective entity. I would like to do something to kind of help people understand the breakdown so that they realize not only are individual officers different people, but the departments they work for are different departments, and they're not.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys got called and you were used. I think your SWAT team was abuse of process by Donovan Herod. You see?
Right.
Because I know what he did. It's in the damn report almost. I mean, it's not word for word, but it's enough to decipher. He suggested that you were needed because he had an ulterior motive on how he was actually approaching our house. He wasn't coming there based on what the warrant listed, which the warrant was just for a motorcycle that they already knew that had been given to me by a probate judge. You know,
Right.
they already knew that. I don't want people to think that it's necessary to run up to every cop with the camera and start, you know, getting on the nerves. I think what people need to see is understand more about the process. So what I want to do, me and Tiffany, what we want to do, and we want to do this collectively with a lot of the First Amendment auditors, we're hoping to even help them learn that you don't have to go to the bottom of the chain. I don't mean that offensively, but you don't have to just go to the police's face and start nailing them with all this shit when they are following orders, which some of them might not even know what the fuck they're following them for. They just know it's their duty, you know? So what we want to do is we want to have, like, not a show, but we want to help people understand the separations of the entities and show also when there are, you know, like things to audit, like someone abusing their position. We want to interrogate them. You know what I mean?
I get it.
And then show the process for
I tell
grievance.
everybody this. I'm like, you know, I've been doing this gig for a long time, and I don't care where it is. You're going to have, you know, different people take things a different way. People take things too personal at times. And there's good cops, and there's bad cops, there's great cops, there's okay cops. That's just everywhere, you know. It just is, and I've kind of let it. There's two things I've always went by in my life: Q-tip and Lego. Quit taking things personal. Quit taking it personal, and let it go.
That's sensible, man. But you know what? Sometimes damage is done in a way where letting go is not fair to ask.
Oh, no, I agree.
In some situations, you know, and that breaks down too. It's not the whole big picture. You can let go. Like I let go. Man, I tell you what, I've gone through the emotional swing with what happened to us. And it started with DCS. It started with Department of Child Services taking Tiffany's kids away for no reason. So you have to imagine
I can't even get into that because I'm not favorable of that entity.
Yeah, man, you know, but
Takes three of us.
it was Tiffany's.
Yeah, I'm not. Nope.
Well, they just kind of get a little power hungry and they do dumb shit that they don't have qualified. You know, they're not qualified to be doing. I want it to be, here it is. This person was good. This person was not. This is what he did. It was his job. This is what he didn't do. It was his duty.
I'll tell you what I'll do is I'm slammed the rest this week. Maybe Wednesday I'll call you. Maybe Wednesday, and maybe then we'll set up a date at a time where we can sit down and have a discussion.
That'd be great. Hell, I'll cook you a steak dinner if you want to come back to the house, and just make sure you bring a shield, dude, because sometimes cops come busting in. You were the only one that I feel like, you know, was in a position. There was a look on your face, man. Here's what happened. Donovan, I don't know if he meant to or not, but when he jumped up to try to get the phone out of Tiffany's hand, he did it off of my neck. Like his foot was in my back of my neck and my face was pressed to the concrete, and I was already in handcuffs. You know what I mean?
Right.
When he did that, dude, I almost passed out. That's when he ran up to Tiffany. And I remember when my face smashed against the concrete and my eyes connected with you, you were treating Tiffany like guarding her. And I couldn't. You know what I mean? Not from my position, I couldn't. And I saw Donovan running at her after he just hit me with the gun and beat me up like that for no reason. And I thought to myself, there was this, I don't know, Troy, there was like a connection. I just felt like you protected her for me. You know?
Well, hey, that's what I'm supposed to do. I just want compliance from people, and then after that, hey, it all works itself out.
Well, you can't get it when somebody yanks a dude out and starts beating him up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have an opportunity. I was complying the whole time. But Tiffany was the one I was worried about, Troy, and here's what I felt like. There was just this one moment where I seen that not only did you not agree with the way, I could just see it in your eyes. There was this thing where you were like, no, calm down, everybody. And I think that Donovan caught that from you immediately when you started touching Tiffany.
Good.
I do. I think you were the one that kept everything from getting worse. You.
I try to be the voice of reason for everybody.
Well, you were physically.
Grateful for guys like
I guess
you.
that goes with years of experience of doing things wrong and learning from it and doing them right.
Well, that's why I asked you to stay that night. That's why I talked to you the way I did the whole time.
I do remember you saying that. I do remember you saying, hey, can you hang out here? I'm like, man, I can't stay. I do remember that.
I read you, man. Thank you.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure talking to you. No joke. And I'll call you next Wednesday and we'll figure out a time and a date.
Perfect, brother. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Thanks, man.
We'll talk then.
All right.
You're welcome.
Bye.
We're getting out of here.
Oh, no, don't leave yet. No, seriously, don't leave yet. Can you stay?
No, I can't stay.
Help me trust the process.
Is he being arrested?
You could trust the process. With these guys, I know.
You look so
I'm
familiar.
telling you.
You do.
I'm telling you.
I need a 26
You
year
have
guy.
no relation with Scott County, do you?
I'm asking you nothing.
I know
Please
that.
stop.
I've done some work up there. Because I'm not part of this.
I don't know. I may have
I'm really
seen you.
not.
But
Well, look.
I'll stay
Hey,
here.
you're
I'll stay
welcome.
in my home. I'll stay here and
I
let
went
him
to
read the
school
warrant to you.
with
You understand?
All right.
You good with that?
Deal. Yep.
That's good. The cuffs going off now, man?
I was good in the beginning.
All right, well, now that we got everything situated. Let you know a little bit. What is it? Okay.
if you need me to move, just let me know. I just took a seat because now my adrenaline's wearing off and
Your back's starting to hurt.
really
Yeah,
bad.
she
I think
Back's starting to hurt. Really bad. I think.
I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything.
Whew. Okay. There's so much to get into, and we're gonna get into it.
Yes, there is.
Let me
Hang on. Can I jump in here real quick and just say something now that you all have seen that?
You bet.
Okay. I don't know if you caught that. And I know that this is all happening real fast for everybody, you know, on panels everywhere and channels. And we're over here trying to keep from tearing up right now, watching our own damn video. But I wanted you all to get the gist of that. The point is that, you know, I wanted everybody to realize, if you notice in the beginning, I'm showing you that we're just ordinary, everyday, good American people, me and Tiff, you know, and our kids and everything. And I was just showing you that we had a life. And when they came in, and I felt like that, you know, waving goodbye was kind of like a goodbye wave to the life as we knew it, because it completely turned upside down right after that day on that horse. Like that was only like 2 days before everything went wrong. And then at the end, you know, what I wanted you all to see is what it turned us into, you know, official misconduct for public safety. And
Yeah.
so I just wanted y'all to realize that, you know, we're recognizing all of our tragedies and we're recognizing all of our blessings.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to delve into that for public safety. I do want to acknowledge somebody in chat. Dad for Service is watching all the streams simultaneously. So much appreciated, Dad, for. But let's delve into this for just a minute here. I do want to talk about life before these incidences to you guys. You know, from that video, it sounds like you're very pro police, right? You guys had never had any real issues. There was really never any reason to discount their service or kind of like doubt the way that they treat the public. Am I correct in that assertion?
No, not really. We were very neutral. I had a lifelong, you know, involvement with officers on not as cops, but, you know, as people. So I had no reason not to trust the guys, you know what I mean, as people. But we were very aware of the problems that existed in the legal system, and we were very proactive as far as like speaking our minds and standing up for all of the problems with the officers in misconduct and abuse of process and all. Like we always stood up for that. I did that even when I was playing in bands with them and stuff, you know, like we'd look over at each other and be like, you know, hey, fuck you, bro, for what you said on Facebook. Hey, man, fuck you back, bro. You know,
so I guess what I'm getting at is you had basically, like you're saying, like kind of a neutral outlook. Like you weren't against police, you weren't pro police, you were, like you said, average normal American citizens just going about your life. And you understood that you know, police is kind of the only choice when it comes down to it, right? I mean, it's not like we have an alternative, correct?
Yeah, it still is the only choice, and you know,
right.
Unfortunately, yeah,
right. So okay, let's start at the beginning. I mean, this is going to be long, guys, and I do apologize to everybody else on the panel who may or may not have any questions, but I'm going to try to get my questions out in a succinct manner, and hopefully leave plenty of time for you all to answer any questions. But let's start from the beginning, okay? Now, there was a warrant. That is the reason for the first visit, correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
You're correct in that, but that's not the beginning, my friend.
Okay, let's go to the beginning then. What is the beginning flashpoint for all of this?
Okay, the beginning actually is her. She had a situation with her ex-husband where he was utilized.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard an echo or something. I
thought that was an echo. If everybody could mute, that'd be great.
I just thought somebody was trying to get in. It's okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to pause. But her ex was trying to get, you know, like custody, like they're having that whole drama thing going back and forth over custody. Mm-hmm. And he had been like religiously reporting her to DCS.
Okay.
For just BS. You know, the dude lies about stuff.
Right.
And he had been doing that for quite some time. And they're not a very well put together agency in the first place.
Right.
And then when you add on that they're from the little small town that they were in, and this group was all like basically new, they only had a few people with experience and everything. Well, they came in on a false, yet another false hotline call, and screwed the procedures all to hell. And then illegally, without court order, like they completely did it illicitly and unconstitutionally, they removed her kids, man. And it had been, she had gone for, I don't know, a few months without her kids when she met me. And and I jumped. Well, I'll tell you, I know, bear with me, bro, because this is what happened. So she meets me, and I learned what happened. Okay, and I'm making this real short. I learned what happened, and I thought, man, I know too many people in this town, and there's no way they're screwing up this bad. Let me help. So I started trying to talk to the higher ups, you know, throughout the chain, thinking that my connections would help, you know, if we ran into any problems. So we presented them all this stuff that they'd been wrong about and done wrong against the 14th, you know, against due process, and did it to them. And I never would have suspected what happened, man. They freaking retaliated like crazy. So like her caseworker started going into her family court cases and saying we were drug addicts. Like they were just lying. It could have been any reason that they had to make us look bad. Later, I realized the reason for something like that would be because it was a lawsuit.
Yeah.
We didn't know that at the time. We hadn't filed one or anything, but it is grounds for a huge lawsuit. And at the time, we were just trying to like get them to change it, fix what they did wrong. But what they did, man, was they retaliated. So what you'll see in a lot of my videos is that there was a judge involved in that matter when they did a recusal named Weber. Well, Weber is the judge that 6 or 8 months later allowed them to conduct this warrant, this raid.
Right.
Okay. So basically that's what it is. Now you got to remember in there that it was on drug allegations. The raid had nothing to do with that, man.
Okay. All right. So, but what you're saying, the catalyst, all right, the very first catalyst was the problems going on with misconduct and her ex. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Within the Department of Child Services Agency.
Right. So that's a whole separate animal that intertwines with what happened with this warrant at the house, right? So let's fast forward a little bit, and if there's any details in there that you want to get out, make sure you let us know. But I want to fast forward to the warrant, right? So what exactly was the warrant for, and why were they sent to your house to execute this warrant?
Well, I'm going to tell you the logistics of it from a legal standpoint first. Their probable cause was that it had been, now be careful and listen to this terminology, it had been repeated, stolen. And what they were talking about was my uncle had passed away, and he had done a handwritten will, which was being done through the judge and through probates down in Florida, you know. Well, I was contacted and chosen by those courts to be the most of the way he wrote the will. I was like the able body of the family, you know, the trustable person.
Right.
So he pretty much wrote it to me, you know, in the fashion in which would put me in charge of distributing the estate, you know, because he knew I was going to be the one to go down and take care of everything. You know, he asked me to, more or less, and it was a suicide, so like he knew it was coming, you know what I mean? And he prepared for it. Right. It was hard, but he prepared for it really, really well, you know. And it's not like everything, you know, all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted, you know, all the way up to like, sorry guys, all the way up to, you know, he had everything organized in totes in each room with people's names on it, and, you know, how he wanted it done, and, you know, phone numbers for everybody I was going to need to contact, and you know how it went. But anyway, the judge down there was aware of all this. You know, he had a detective that did his probate down there, and the detective is the one that contacted us family members and told us, you know, how my uncle kind of wanted everything to go, and that's what it was. They wanted me to be the one to pretty much, do everything, and the family need to work together. And my family sucks. Like, I've got, really greedy people. I got a paranoid schizophrenic mother. My sister is a piece of crap, greedy little drug addict. Fuck you, Katie. And it's just, those elements made it real tough to do it. And I don't think the legal system down there was ready for my family.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so it sounds like it was a contentious will per se, but it sounds like you're contentious on the other parties involved, like your sister, your mother.
Yes, there were contentious issues within the whole the process, but it was done really very legally and professionally by the justice system down in Florida. Okay. They sent the information to Clark County, Indiana's detective team for the reason that if there were because we knew that there was going to be some questionable stuff when we got home.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Tiff and I did. So the detective, and we were like, dude, you don't know my mom. You don't know my sister. They're going to want all this stuff. They think he's a millionaire and he's not, blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, here's what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to send you all my contact information. He said, here's a link and here's an email. We contact each other back and forth with email. And he said, any encounters you have with anybody who's questioning anything, if you need it for the license branch, because the titles were in my name, all this stuff, he said, just refer to this email. And if any questions, have them tag me. Well, the very first thing we ran into when we got back to Indiana was harassment from the family members that were actually killing our animals. So we contacted the police. We did, Clark County Police. Me and Tiff. We called them saying, please help us. Our animals are literally getting killed right now. And the very first thing we did was give them that sergeant's information.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they did look into it. That's what that email was that you saw on the screen from August 22nd. That was Sergeant Tutler down there letting them know that the will is in fact going through the process. It's all been determined by a judge that right now this is the right way. There was nothing illegal. So they knew damn well that motorcycle was not stolen. Right.
Okay. Right. So
that's why the probable cause said reported.
Right. So
stolen.
Okay. So you end up basically with the lion's share according to your uncle's will. So you end up with a motorcycle. I think maybe there was some jewelry involved or some other items.
No, when he killed himself, he was wearing a necklace. That's all.
Okay. So what were the main things that you ended up? Just the motorcycle then, or were there other things that people were
it was a whole moving truck. Everything he owned, I did it exactly like the will was.
Right.
We got a moving truck, and my sister flew down and drove the truck home. The only thing that I took, which was very specific in the will, and the judge had already determined that's what he was going to be doing. When he made it to probate court, unless the family got lawyers and changed anything, but that's what he wanted us to do. He had a riding club that he wanted them to be able to utilize the bike.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had bought the trailer for bike specifically to match my bike and truck. You know what I'm saying? So he said, I want you to keep that trailer, boy. Don't you get rid of it. And he said, and you can keep the motorcycle too. He goes, if you want, you can keep it and set the money and blah, blah, blah. He goes, but what I'd like to see is for my guys in the riding club to be able to utilize it for charities. Right. And that's what we were doing with it. Now, the family members that I'm talking about, they wanted to take the bike and ditch it and take the money and, so what we were doing was, and we thought we had the support of the police, was keeping those people in the family from destroying the respect of his will. So they were supposedly protecting us. Like we had cops calling every day saying, you okay with that motorcycle? You still got it? Nobody's come and stole it yet and all that kind of stuff. Right. And then they turn around and use it to.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay. So it sounds like your uncle did a very detailed, and this is very important for anybody listening. If you're ever going to do a will, you have to make sure and include everybody in it, even if you hate people, give them $1, because otherwise they like you said, they can get lawyers and they can really muck up wills, right? So this is actually a huge part of this story. So your uncle trusts you. I'm guessing more of like a son. You guys, it sounds like you guys had a really good relationship in that.
Well, yeah, it was a lot like that. My mom being paranoid schizophrenic, man, you know, he was always the one to sort of take me in whenever she was not competent. You know what I mean?
Right, right. So he sets everything to where you can basically be the executor. You can take care of the bike, whether or not you want to sell it. It's basically all up to you, right? He's not
More or less the entire state was like that. Yeah.
Right, right. Okay, perfect. All right. So now let's get to the warrant. Somebody reported that the bike was stolen, right? But you have unequivocal proof that it's still going to probate court. You did everything the right way. Legally, you're in the clear. You have full rights to move that vehicle, not take it out of state, or to take it out of state, or whatever the case may be. If you wanted to parade it in New York, California, if you wanted to give it to the bike club, they could take it and do whatever, charity runs or whatever the case may be. All right, I think we got a good picture of that. All right, so now somebody reports it stolen, along with maybe some other items, trailer, I believe, and some other things that are involved with the whole, estate. They're reported stolen. Do you know by who?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, MLH and Chris.
Yeah.
Chris, are you plugged hardline into your internet, or are you on Wi-Fi?
I'm in through my phone, man, because my modem doesn't connect.
I'm getting text messages. I'm getting text messages from people that saying you're cutting in and out. You aren't here where we're watching you, but they're on the YouTubes. They're saying you're cutting in and out.
Okay, let me try to change the setting real quick on audio. And then she's got YouTube on her phone right now. So I think that might be the problem.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and turn that off, that might help out a little bit. I'm checking mine here. Mine's good to go, so we're good.
Yeah, they said it's only Chris.
All right,
MLH that's cutting in and out. It's not you.
I was just letting you know, everybody in the show, just keep toe informed. I think it should get a little bit better now, guys. Hopefully. Okay. So, you're saying,
basically, I'm okay. We gotten to the point where the warrant is issued for some reports. Now, what were the items that were included on the warrant?
I think you asked who reported it first.
Yes, who reported it?
It was my mother and my sister together. They were together, and then the two that wanted the stuff.
Now they reported that in Indiana County or which Clark County,
Indiana. The same officers that we had already brought to that property because they were killing our animals. So all they did was, when the police were supposed to be there for us, they started taking reports from them against us.
All right.
And we didn't even know, pretended to be our best friends and looking out for us for like a week. They were calling us every day and making sure we were cool. Like I even had one call me the day before the raid, and he said, "Chris, man, you need to hurry up and go down to the license branch and get that title switched over, like the court's told you to do." He's like, because your mom's, going crazy trying to get a hold of the prosecutor to get press charges on you and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing to worry about. Like, you guys are on my side. I asked him if I could bring the motorcycle and the trailer to him at that time. I said, can I just bring it to the police station and leave until after, you guys handle the way my mom and sister are being, or what? He's like, oh no, we got your back, man. Everybody knows that you're the rightful owner, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. So you're under the guise that, you've got Clark County cops basically backing you up. Meanwhile, they're taking reports from your mom and your sister. And it sounds like these are, for lack of a better term, horrible people that are conspiring to, basically take over what your uncle wanted you to have, right?
That was their entire motive. Yeah. they were angry that I was the selected family member for any of that stuff. They didn't want me included. We got a long history in my family. Those two in my family, we don't get along. We don't communicate. We don't.
Right.
You know.
Right. So it sounds like that portion is definitely a civil kind of matter. I mean, that's something that's kind of
Should have been.
Yeah, it should have been. But they find a way to file some false reports with Clark County. Clark County eventually, I don't know if they had enough or if they felt they had enough or whatever. They decide to. Who was the person that created the warrant? And obviously, was it Weber that signed off on the warrant?
Yeah, Weber signed off on it. Now this gets a little bit sticky.
Okay.
I'm going to have to give you two sides of the truth. They're both the same truth, okay?
All right.
Bradley Kramer was the supervisor that was the detective of the investigation of those types of matters.
Okay. Had you talked to Bradley Kramer beforehand for any reason regarding
only through the responding officer for our 911 call?
Okay.
Like he said, he's asking Brad. Now, see, you got to remember, I know all these guys. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
I grew up hanging out with their dads and stuff. Okay, so I know who they are. So when Randy told me, "Hey, man, I'm talking to Bradley's, friend's son," blah blah blah. I knew what he was saying, and I said, "Look, just send him everything. Here's this," and I gave him the email to tell her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he got it.
From your perspective, you thought you had allies. Like this is
sure.
This is a safe
for a legal situation that was serious charges.
Yeah.
I thought for sure these investigators were doing the right lawful thing. Now let me get the other half of the truth. Are you all ready for this?
Let's hear it.
Donovan Herod. Okay, remember that name, everybody. Donovan fucking Herod. He is a TV star. Everybody thinks he's this great narcotic cop. Everybody loves him around here because he's famous from being a reality TV star. His dad was a sheriff too for a while back, and then he comes from a family of law enforcement in the area that all the bootlickers just praise. Now Donovan.
Okay, so this is the guy with the beard.
Yeah, this is Donovan Herod. So Donovan having that type of I don't know, power over people, you know what I mean? That type of that respect that he has from people. He goes to the actual supervisor that was investigating the other thing, and he personally told him to make this thing happen, to make this warrant happen, because he suspected that her and I were in the Mexican mafia, manufacturing and dealing and distributing in drugs.
Based on what evidence, Chris?
What do you mean it's on evidence? That part wasn't even done lawfully.
Okay.
You mean,
all right.
Are you
I'm
asking
asking
me what
if he had
reason?
Yeah, I'm specifically asking if he had a specific reason for saying that.
Her ex been saying it in the child custody cases.
Okay, so he may have seen some files that he shouldn't have been privy to begin with.
I showed him that video. Did you not see it? It was up there. There was allegations being made in the courtroom and the DCS caseworker was backing it up. It was her ex-husband saying it in child custody court. And then they were in front of 3 judges during a recusal and the lawyers too. I mean, that's how I got the information. One of the lawyers, I called one of my friends that's a lawyer involved in the case. She kind of screwed us over too, but anyway, I was mad at her for allowing her ex-husband, who she was representing, to be, slandering me in the court case against their, of their kid. So I hammered her. I was like, man, what are you doing letting people call me a drug addict and all this stuff? Like, I was pissed because I heard it, they were having court on a Zoom, and they were in my living room. Like, she was in my living room doing court. And I started hearing from the back room, I started hearing them talking about me being a drug manufacturer and stuff in the courtroom. I was like, are you? And the judge wouldn't let me talk because I wasn't part of the thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like I had to zip it over because I didn't want to screw her custody case up. but I heard him sitting in there talking about it. And so I texted his lawyer, who's a friend of mine, and I was like, I can't believe you're letting them sit there and lie about me like that. So she sends me back a text that said, you need to reference this thing that happened in the system. It's dated material and it is public record. She said, you need to refer to this event to know what that is. So I went and looked it up, and there it was. During a recusal, that was what was being accused by the caseworker for that court.
Okay, and I'm going to get to Mr. A&E Superstar here in a little bit, because that's another actually fascinating piece of this whole saga, guys. And for sure I want to get to that. But let's talk about the warrant. It was for the motorcycle, the trailer, I'm assuming, because that's why they took what all did they take when they came to your house and did what they did? And we're going to get to that too.
Yeah, I'll help you, recall what was on the warrant. It was the motorcycle and the trailer was the main thing. And then he killed himself, right, my uncle? So
yes,
he had stuff on that day, like he was wearing clothes, and he had a chain that was like, a cheap, just what he wore as a necklace.
Right.
He had that, and then his wallet, which was empty, what he had on him, you know what I'm saying, is his personal effects that he was wearing. Now we had to clean the brain matter off of that stuff.
Yeah. I know, it's terrible.
You know what I mean? So I'm gonna that pisses me off to say, so I'm sorry about my emotions, guys. But anyway, the only reason we had that is because it was given to us by the police at that time when we were leaving to go home. You know what I mean? So it was literally just like a Ziploc bag that came from the police station.
Right.
That was his. There wasn't nothing of value in that, man.
Right.
And then here's the other things. Now hang on in here. The other things was a couple of totes of family photos. All right.
Right.
Now
that's
they neglected to say what those were. Remember, I told you my uncle was very good about organizing how he wanted things to go. Yeah. These two particular totes were definitely assigned for me to keep because they were pictures of me and him and me and my grandmother and my grandmother and me and him and like all the places we'd been together and, because he practically raised me,
why would the police take that? Did they give you a reason why they?
Because it was on the fucking list, man.
It was actually on the list. Wow.
Yeah. It was on the list, family photos is what it said. Any paper effects. Now it also was the titles, which were to me. Okay. It was the death certificate, which I got whenever I was down there handling all that stuff. It was what else? It was the titles,
all of the keys for everything.
Every bit of the keys, for anything and everything. And then basically any paperwork you would get. Now, when you get a family member that dies and you're the one in charge of getting all that stuff, it's a stack, you know what I mean? Of like legal documentation. You know what I'm saying? This was about going to court for, and this was about through the probates, and this was about, the titles and paperwork for the effects that were being done. So it was all trusted to me. That was what I had. And that was what was listed on the warrant, was all the paperwork from that. Now, you have to realize there was more on there. Check this out. A horse water trough.
Okay.
A box or 10 boxes of elk hunting ammunition. What the fuck? Right? Wow. You know what that is? Straight out of my crazy schizophrenic mother's mouth. Wow. So all they did was literally say the words to cover their own ass. They said it like this. And it's written in the probable cause. I can show anybody anytime. It says probable cause. It was reported by that person to be this. And then this was everything listed verbatim, word for word, what she said. And that is what they came in here and took. But they also took totes that came out of our basement. Yeah, because there was nothing going on here at all. All right. And they just did all that to get in that door. So when they realized there wasn't nothing, I can only assume the reason why they really needed to have a big, ending to make themselves look good is what I'm thinking. They just grabbed a bunch of stuff that I didn't have receipts for And they also went through our driveways and even over our neighbor's house and started taking like the VIN numbers off of everything, trailers, cars, even lawnmowers and stuff, and like motorcycle, all that stuff. And they were putting in there in their reports that we're not real sure if this one's stolen or not. This might be stolen too. This thing's stolen, could be stolen, you know. So they're basically just saying we might have caught this huge theft ring, but
right. That was the suggestion, and it's probably to save face for sure. So, okay. So let's start with how they entered the house, right? They gave you guys no warning. What was it? A no knock warrant? Was it a knock warrant? Like what kind of search warrant was this?
they were very clear when they were here that day after doing the damage that it was a knock.
Knock warrant. Okay, so they did knock, right? With a ram or
They knocked with a one single knock with a battling ram.
Okay. All right. So which probably was very jarring. Were you guys sleeping? Were you guys
We were laying down.
Yeah.
We weren't asleep yet, but yeah, we were in bed. We'd had a rough couple of weeks, you know, like
Yeah.
we just
Well, I mean, I can fully understand that. You guys were going back and forth. You already had the stuff with Tiffany's ex, and I mean, it was a rough 6 months up to that point to begin with, and then you have to deal with this warrant. Now, how long was it when you first heard the initial ram to when somebody and who tried to get to the door first?
that was me chasing my dog, the new dog, because my mom got away with killing the other dog. So my dog had just died like 2 days before this.
Okay, so that your mom, you're alleging that your mom poisoned your dog and a couple of
Blood test
horses.
says that it was that it was rat poison, and the thing is that's what she said she did before all this. You know, she sent us a text message saying it, and that's what she was doing to my horses at the time when we called police. So I mean, guys, you know, we call it alleged, but I'm just going to go ahead and say, yeah, I'll allege it. But yes, anyway, my dog was poisoned.
For legal purposes, you know, you have to.
Yeah, I am. I'm there. I'll stand up to my mom in court. I got this.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so yeah, so the dog, the new dog, as soon as there was that boom, you know, on our door, the dog went running. You know, and you're talking about a beast of 100-pound pit bull, like a really fast, strong, protective dog.
Right, and rightfully so, that he's learning to protect you guys, right? He's a new dog. He's like,
He was amazing. Diesel did his job through and through. We fell in love with him so deeply that night. But anyway, yeah, no, he went flying to the door, man. I'm telling you guys, like I didn't. Here's how I reacted. This is how crazy I reacted. I passed up all my firearms, and I ran straight to the door. You know what I mean? Because the dog like went, and I just jumped up, and ran. You know, now. I think on the way out there, I said to Tiffany, I said, call 911, you know, because we thought someone was breaking our house. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I called 911 and I expected her to stay back and like, you know, lock herself in the bedroom and let me and the dog take care of it, you know? And I didn't even have my firearms. You know, they were all, I passed them.
Right. Okay.
So I go running to the door and the time between the boom on the door and the time that I opened it was less than 4 seconds.
Okay. Now, I'd heard in one of the videos, I believe it was the second and third video, that there was a flashbang. Is they set off a flashbang? Is that true or what?
It can't. I mean, here's what I'm going to say about that. We're going to get into some legal logistics here, but that will be contested in court because all the research we've done on flashbangs, you would see some kind of like
smoke,
you know,
or
well, no, there would be like remnants left where it exploded. You know,
Yeah,
if they set a flashbang off on a concrete patio, it'd be black rings of carbon, and you know there would be like.
Yeah, see, that was one of my curious questions. I mean, I heard them say flashbang, but when I watched the video, there was only that initial kind of like boom, and I didn't see like a big huge flash, or because flashbangs when they go off, I mean, like you said, there's some type of remnants or something,
Yeah,
a
I
big
need
boom.
to clarify something here real quick. I have not released the other video that actually shows. I need to watch what I say. Here's what I'm going to say.
Right.
The video that you guys have been seeing, it's literally just a clip of the one we have. Okay.
Okay.
One of
Okay.
what we have.
We'll skip that.
It starts, I got to make this clear, okay, for legal
Yeah.
reasons.
Right.
It starts after that. They had already, I opened the door once and boom, that's when they shot. Okay. And then I shut the door again because they shot. Right. And then I opened it right back up going, please, please stop. So what you guys are seeing is where I reopen the door and put my hands out. That's where
Okay.
you start seeing it. Now, later, if we
Right.
continue to tell this story after court, I might put more out there. But for now, that's all you need to see.
Perfect. I see. That's just my detective mind, like trying to
Yeah.
figure out like the exact details, because in court details matter. So I understand. Let's go past this. So now you open the door, you put your hands out, and what do you see?
Well, I see the formation of SWAT, okay, which I'd never seen in real life before.
Full
I got
guard,
one.
guns.
Oh yeah, dude. Guns. Okay. Lasers all over my eyes, my chest, my stomach, and my nuts.
Okay.
Just going crazy, like zzz,
Okay.
and the bang happened while that was going on. Boom.
Okay.
And that came from a second row. So the way they set up, and I got like a little 6x8 porch, maybe 6x10. They had maybe 4. I mean, guys, it's hard to remember precise numbers. Don't hammer me to death here with every detail, but I'll give you what you need. What I really remember is there was like 3 or 4 real close. Okay.
Mhm.
And then they have another row that has like more like a football setup,
Right.
And then there's other people that were off in the dark that I didn't know about until I'll explain how I know that they were there. So the lasers, all that formation, and then the boom, and I reshut the door, and then I opened it back up and put my hands out, and I begged them not to shoot anymore, and then all of a sudden I saw out of the darkness, the long-haired dude come running. I mean, he was like, running like everything he had, and he jumps over my barrier wall, which is like 3 foot high.
Mhm.
He literally clears it, and he kind of stumbled a little bit when he did that, and like got even more angry because of his own his own physical incapabilities. So it made him even more mad. And I'm standing there giving my hand to the first SWAT team officer closest to the door. Now, mind you, they had that ram in their hand. They had to move it, like it was right there in the way. And I think that might be what Donovan tripped over when he jumped over the wall and got angry. So then he runs up to me while I'm hands in cuffs, right?
Right.
And gets me in a full Nelson and picks me up and pulls me away from the SWAT guys and starts ramming my head into the porch ceiling.
Wow.
And drags
Wow.
me out to my horse trailer, starts slamming my face into the horse trailer, and he's got the handgun in his hand during the full Nelson. So he's hitting me, but he don't have that much room. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have, he can't really crack me with the gun. So, but I'm feeling it, I mean, it's there, it's happening. In a fight, dude, you kind of, you don't feel everything the way you would.
Were you resisting in any manner?
No, hell no, I wasn't resisting. I mean, I couldn't believe what was going on. Like as a matter of fact, it was my only intention to show by all of every physical capability I had to prove that there was no resistance for me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that was my only goal.
Okay.
At that
Now,
point in time.
okay, so you're getting pistol whipped, which I believe is, I did look real quickly through Clark County's policies and procedures, and nowhere in there was pistol whipping like an allowable use of force. I did see where they could use different, chokeholds, not chokeholds, but arm bars, and kind of like, basically controlling the other person in a manner that you could get cuffs on, and then after the cuffs, like certain holds that they can do to kind of like mitigate any damage done, like with legs and stuff like that. But nowhere did I see. Now I could be wrong. Somebody could correct me on that. But the pistol whipping is very concerning. I did see the pictures there. and it's it's definitely something that I don't believe in this particular incident was warranted. Now I've yet to review body cams. Is there body cam footage available for people to see, or is that still up in the air because of investigations or litigation?
It's going to be an even worse answer than what you're expecting.
Okay.
They had no recording of the incident whatsoever.
Did they have body cams?
Nope.
None of them do. Is Indiana, is Clark County, is Indiana a state where they're required to have body cams or not?
It's still an argument in the state.
Okay,
but
so they're not legally required to have.
now federally they are. You got to have 2 recordings of any violation of a home raid.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, we're done with that little portion. So now Tiffany is in the house. Is she in the back room still? Or
No,
what-
y'all are watching her video. She was in the kitchen right behind me, you know.
Okay, so she was concerned with your safety probably more than anything, and the dogs, right? I did hear her. Yeah. So at this point, has anybody announced anything, or we're
the guy that I was on the phone with on the last video we just watched, Troy, he said police and started to cuff me. And then Donovan jumped over the rail and took me away. So only one person said police, and it was while I was being ripped out of his hands. You know what I mean?
Okay, so one person did announce it, but it wasn't like it
Too
wasn't like
lucky.
somebody on the outside said, police, let us in,
Oh,
or
man,
police.
they surprised you completely.
Okay, so it was just a complete, it was as close to a no-knock warrant as you could possibly get, other than the tap that we heard and whatever was in the video that you haven't released. Okay.
Well, by
Again,
tap, I think you're saying that they tapped my internet, right? Because there was nothing else. It was just a boom,
Right, the
which was
boom.
them hitting the door with the rain. He said they hit the side of the house. I think it would have broke the brick on my house if they did. So I'm thinking it was the door. That's where the dog ran. Why would the dog not run to the door?
Right.
But there was a huge boom. And then the very next thing is me opening the door to lasers and a gunshot.
Okay.
And then I open it again and he says, "Hey, police,"
Okay. So at any point, did anybody tell you you were being detained or under arrest?
At any point, that's a good question. Let me think. No, I asked.
Okay.
Because they were going in my house. It was after I got beat up, after Tiffany's back was even broke. We didn't know her back was broke yet at that point. But I had a pretty good feeling they hurt her bad when I heard her scream,
I really want to talk to Tiffany too. We'll get to her
Yeah,
in
she'll be
just a
back.
bit.
She had to get a cigarette, man. This stuff's hard to.
It really is, man. I'm sorry to be so detailed, but
No, it's fine. I want everybody to hear it all, man.
yeah, and I know you're probably gonna have to go over this probably, man, ad nauseum times until this all gets resolved in a court of law. But
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine this happened back in 2020, like
right.
Into September 2020. I have been telling this almost every day since. You know what I mean?
Right.
I like to protect her,
right,
from that, because it's not. Although she needs to talk about it some, I like to try to keep her from hurting. You know how it is. You don't want to see them.
I hear you, man. And I'm gonna say this, and maybe I should have said this at the beginning. I mean, we're all crying with you guys, because this was, I understand this more than a lot of people. I talk about mental health a lot, and that's something else that I'm going to talk to you guys about as well. Like the physical ailments will eventually, hopefully, heal. I don't know the extent of Tiff's injuries, other than to know that her back was basically broke by these. I'm going to say it, they're pieces of shit. But the mental takes a lot longer to heal than anything. So we're all really hurting for you guys. Like these videos, I watched these videos yesterday. It was the first time I wanted to be fresh with this stuff before I started really talking about it. And harrowing, chaotic, sad. I mean, all these things, and through it all, it seems like you have kept such a level head about things, even when you're on the recordings with the police to try to, talk things out and figure things out and try to understand where everything is, standing and maybe get a little more info. To me, you've done such a great job of holding yourself together. Now, I know inside might be a completely different thing. But holy hell, Chris, you did as good
It's
a
my
job.
job, man. Like I'm the one. I've been put in that position here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Trust me, if it wasn't for a family, that I'm covering and doing what has to be done for. I mean, this is what men do, isn't it? Isn't that what a man does?
Right.
Is stand up to the place where you don't want your loved ones to have to deal with, and you got to get your shit together. You got to keep your shit straight,
Right.
and you just got to tough through it. But trust me, man, I'd rather be crawled up in a ball crying about it. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to tell you all that I don't shed tears over it. It's tough shit. But when I talk to these fuckers, I know who it is. I know what they did. I know what's going on. I learned it pretty quick after the incident, and man, I know how they play. I know what it needs to be done. It has to be done.
Right.
So what you're witnessing is, yes, I'm keeping my shit together. I'm making the calls. I'm going to the right doorsteps, and I am staying so level that they can't abuse the system against me. That's the intention.
I mean, you're doing as good a job as anybody I've
I
seen.
appreciate that.
Did you want to chime in, PTP, before
I do. As a veteran of this beautiful country, I want to take the time and thank you for getting your voice out there, man. I'm sorry this has happened to you. This is why I record the police and try to do as much as I could do in my community. There's definitely a problem in our police force throughout America, and not just America, throughout the world. And what happened to you, you have my condolences. I am sorry. You're just one of many others out there that had this happen to them, and people have died from the hands of law enforcement.
Yes.
That are innocent. 1,100 unarmed Americans were killed in 2020, and that steadily stays the same every single year, which is one too many. So I want to take the time and you're a human being. You're a man. You did what you needed to do to protect your loved ones in that household, your dog, yourself, your girl, Tiffany. So don't beat yourself up. It was not your fault, man. Okay.
I appreciate that, guys.
It's not your fault. Keep fighting the good fight. And I know it's hard, but you have a long way of battles, and you will let the enemy defeat itself. So just keep fighting, man, and everything will work out.
Well, hey, let me just give you all a little more reassurance. I'm gonna one up on that, okay? First of all, thank you for your service, brother. In more ways than one. That really everybody in this community that's doing this stuff is practicing a service for America, for the world. But anyway, I'd like to one up you and let you know, guys, I'm cool, man. I am not only dealing with what we're going through, but I'm making sure that it don't keep happening to everybody else, man. I'm one of you. Like what we are doing, we are one of you. We are out there. We are fighting that good fight. We ain't just laying down. Fuck that, man. We're not giving up. If they did anything, they created two fucking monsters. You know what I mean?
Right. And look, we're gonna. I mean, it's inspiring for sure, man. We're gonna talk about it, Chris. But let's get back to how long was it from the first boom, as you put it, to everything not being resolved, but like the cops leaving. Now, do you leave in handcuffs in a car? And
no, I didn't get arrested or nothing, man. They never read me a Miranda because they never got around to the point of arresting me, but they kept me in handcuffs for 4.5 hours, And I asked, I was like, am I under arrest? You could hear it in the video. One of the very first things I said as Herod is grabbing me up, I said, am I being arrested? Because I couldn't believe it. But no, man, they never told me I was under arrest or nothing. They just kept dragging me around different places in handcuffs, ear bleeding, and watching my old lady get. Anyway,
well, see, that's what I'm going to ask you too. Now, you said that one cop was, and I heard the phone call. you said that cop was like basically the reason that things didn't get worse.
Yeah, I'm talking about for Tiffany.
Yeah, could that cop have maybe prevented what happened to you? I mean, it sounded like the guy that was dealing with you.
Yeah, look, I got to say this, okay? I want to be very clear. There are a couple of cops in my videos that I will go ahead and give credit where credit's due. I'm not giving them full credit, man. Don't get me wrong. You know, he could have done more. They should have arrested Donovan Herod right there on the spot, for God's sake. They damn sure shouldn't have like jumped in on it with him. You know what I mean? Well, Troy did not do that. Troy did not. He was the only one out of the group that was on the porch that didn't jump on me whenever I went face first into the concrete. And they all jumped on me but Troy. And what Troy was doing was holding Tiffany. Okay. She had her phone recording it. And he was trying to keep, like, he didn't have the hand that the phone was in. He had the other hand, and he was slowly asking her to come out of the house and not let the dog out. Because as he said in the video, I believe he's telling the truth. He didn't want the dog to get killed. Because if the dog had gotten out while she was being brought out, he would have attacked them because they were beating the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can hear Troy in that video. What he's doing is he's trying to get Tiff to come out, and he's being very gentle with her. And he is trying to keep that door shut, or at least keep the dog in. So he was doing, you know, that's what he was doing. And then while I was getting beat up over there, you know, now Tiff still had her phone. And if you can tell, she wasn't naming it real well. You can see the flashlight where I was, you know, where they had me. You can see the one of them had a flashlight on us, you know, so you can see it. If you pause in the right spot, you can see it real well. I'm getting jacked. But she was trying to record that. And that's when Donovan, the dude that was, you know, pulled me out and started all the initiation of physical stuff, he saw that she was recording, and he goes, "No recording." And he like stood up, and that's when he really hit me with the gun. He goes whack right in my head. And I'm in handcuffs. I got like 6 cops holding me down. You know what I mean? Whack right in the back of my head. And my face was on the concrete. You know, I'm laying, you know, hands behind my back, flat down on the surface. And my eyes looked, I was looking at Tiff, you know what I mean? She was coming out of the door with this cop and my dog, you know, I was just thinking, please.
Don't kill the dog.
At that point, you're just completely screwed. You can't do nothing. You know what I mean?
Now,
But I looked at
that moment.
What's that, PTP?
I said he's defenseless at that moment. You're
completely.
You're in the mindset of I want to survive, but there's nothing I could do. Whatever happens, and there's nothing I could do.
Yeah, it's hard because a lot of times I look back and I think I screwed up by not fighting because they shouldn't have put me in that position. You know what I mean? They had no right, no reason, no lawful, nothing, you know? And I'm talking about even if I had been a perpetrator of a crime, like I didn't fight, you know what I'm saying? So like
no one deserves
at no
that.
point should I have been put in that position. Now, anyway, guys, I want to stick with what's happening here. So I look up and there's Troy, and he's like the only one that didn't run out to jump on me. Okay. And he's the only one that's being gentle with Tiffany. And he's the only one keeping my dog from coming out. The rest of them were talking about shooting the dog at that point. Every one of them, they're talking about, can we shoot the dog? Can we shoot the dog? You know, the dog was inside, you know, behind the door. And so like Troy shuts the door. I'm pretty sure he either shut the door or he stood in the way where Tiffany was blocking Diesel from coming out, you know, and he was being gentle. And then all of a sudden Donovan's noticed she's recording and he whacks me in the head. I almost passed out. So I might have like I know it all flashed, you know what I mean? But I remember every bit of it. So I don't think I passed out. I think I got real close because his foot was on my neck.
So this guy's continually beating you.
Yeah, it lasted for
even up to and including when Tiffany came outside with the camera.
Yeah, that's what he noticed. So he noticed she was recording, right? So he stands up and I could feel his weight lift and then come back and then whack is when he hits me right here with the gun real hard. The one he'd been trying to hit me with the whole time. He nails me while he's standing up. And then this dude's like 260 pounds, I'd guess. And he jumps off and his foot had been on my neck, you know? So I'm like concrete, you know, and then the only spot was that there and he steps on it and flattens. I felt my throat hit the concrete. So that's how hard he stepped on me and he jumped off me. And that's whenever he goes to grab. See, Tiff had her phone like this. He grabbed that arm and pulled her off the step.
Ah, okay.
I think he was trying to get the phone out of her hand. You know what I mean?
That's or just get it to not be able to record what.
I think he was trying to knock the phone out of her hand. You know, I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Does this police department or sheriff's office wear body cameras?
No, they're supposed to. But I mean, I'm not going to say they're supposed to. I'm saying they should, but they don't. You know.
Okay.
And I advocate, you know, that everybody should record the police. And you know, in Colorado, every police department by 2023 has to have body and worn cameras, and I think that should be all throughout the United States. Every police force needs.
Yeah.
And we need to make even tighter rules on them, like not let them turn them off unless they're taking a shit.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree with that 100%. And people have fought with me tooth and nail about that.
I know, it's crazy. Those are the people that don't have any idea what the fuck they're talking about. I promise.
Okay, let's get back to it here. So the length of time between the boom and to when they say, okay, we got everything we need, you know, and you guys go back in and basically are deciding what the hell just happened. What is the length of time from that point to that point?
You mean when they're leaving?
Yeah, like between.
That was 4.5 hours.
Okay, so 4.5 hours, and in that 4.5 hours, they're doing what? They're probably upturning your house.
Yeah, they're destroying every room one at a time, man, and they're screaming for drugs. Like they're saying, "Where's the drugs? Tell us where the drugs at. We get out of here. Stop lying. We know you got drugs." Blah blah blah.
Okay, now obviously neither one of you had any drugs in the house.
Nothing like that at all, man.
Okay, all right. So, is Tiffany available? I want to talk.
Yeah, man, our kid is here, dude. So
oh,
it's like,
good. Okay, so we'll wait till she gets back.
She'll be back, I promise.
No worries. So let's go through the process. So after you get your ass kicked, do they pick you up and put you back in the house? Do they put you in the back of a car? Like what is going on after that point? So Tiffany comes out. What happens after that?
After Tiff comes out?
Yeah, after Tiffany comes out, you see them like kind of pull her off the step.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm in cuffs. I've got like 6 of the SWAT team guys holding me. They got me up off the ground.
Right.
And then they bring me back out into the driveway about 5 or 6 feet.
Are any of them saying anything at this point? Do you remember any?
Oh man, it was pandemonium. I don't fucking know. I mean, you know, a lot of them talk about shooting my dog, you know.
Okay.
A lot of the discussion was about the dog. And at that point, my main focus went, you know, protect that dog. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, guys, don't instigate him, you know, get him out, like give him a treat. You know, like, you know, come on, man, don't kill him. You know what I mean? Because the guys that were beating me up were literally discussing, like talking on the radios to their bosses saying they want to kill the dog, asking for permission. And I was thinking, please don't, you know,
please don't kill the dog.
Yeah. So like that was kind of the setting, that moment you're talking about there. And as that happened, you know, of course, you all heard what happened to Tiffany in the moment prior, like her back got broke. So like she was, you know, down and holding her back and everything. And they were trying to be gentle at that point, you know, and get her out. Now they didn't put her in cuffs because of that, I'm sure.
Well, this is the question that I wanted to ask, and maybe you can answer it. Like, how did Tiff get hurt? Did they throw her on the ground? Did they?
No, I told you, he grabbed her arm and yanked it.
Just yanked her arm.
There's a step about, you know, 6 or 8 inches to our port, like to come in our house. And she was coming out and standing, like she might have had like a leg. How do I do this? You know what I'm saying? To keep the dog from coming out, right?
Right.
So like, and then she had a SWAT team officer that was standing, kind of helping her through that process. So, and I mean, I was kind of like in a bad spot to really see everything, but but I did see this, you know. So what I saw was she had the phone, and she had already given her other hand to the other officer who was like doing stuff like to help her out of the house.
I got you.
So one of the things he did is he had already pulled, you know, grabbed that hand. This was Troy. He's doing it gently. And then he starts to reach up and get the phone and set it down. And as that happens, you're talking about 1 second here. As that happens, Donovan goes and picked her way up, got all of his weight in the air, and then went wham and slammed her down off the step. Now, you already know she was healing from a back injury prior.
Right, from the horse, right?
Exactly. She
Okay.
came off a horse and got 4 fractures, 3 in
So
her spine and 1 in her pelvis.
So she wasn't quite healed up from that
Not
injury.
all the way.
Okay.
Right.
And then they just re-injured basically the same spot by yanking her arm, tearing her rotator cuff,
Okay.
maybe even additional injuries on her back.
Huge more injuries. Like, yeah, she never had any problem with her rotator cuff before. That was not done. You know what I'm saying? Now, I was under the L6 is one of the places that got fractured with the horse. So, like, I've been saying this wrong, and I'm going to go ahead and correct this now. I corrected it in the video. I was thinking it was the L6 that was re-injured. It was the T12.
T12.
Okay, which I'm no freaking doctor, so I don't even know where that's
Right.
at. But I'm assuming it would be between the shoulders because her injuries were from the yank, and it was so much that it tore her rotator cuff. Okay.
Gotcha.
And that hadn't been done with the horse. With the horse, she literally fell on some rocks, like flat down on her back on some rocks. She came off the horse. She had 1 foot still in the stirrup. The horse started to walk away, and she just went, black, like straight down.
Right.
And it was on like, rocks about yay big. So like right where the point of each rock was, she ended up with a small fracture. She got real lucky. There was no nerve damages. It was just fractures, no breaks. But after this incident, the rotator cuff got torn, and then the T12 fracture went all the way through. Not a break, but fractured all the way across.
Right.
It's
One of
bad.
the worst fractures you can get. So
On top of it already being in the middle of healing, so the pain had to have been ridiculous. And nerve damage. She instantly wet herself, and that went on for about 2 weeks.
Right.
Nerve
I've
damage.
I've had herniated disc in my back. I know how painful that is. I can't imagine the pain that Tiffany was in with that whole debacle. Let's condense the whole warrant thing. So they don't produce a warrant until how much later?
At the end, it was probably like, yeah, I mean, it was like that was what they were leaving on to show me the warrant finally.
Okay.
It was like probably 4 hours and 20 minutes, maybe.
Okay. So we're talking about a 4.5 hour basically time frame from beginning to end. Now, when it all ends, does anybody talk to you and tell you what happened?
Yeah.
What they did, like what they're gonna do, what the process was, et cetera, et cetera?
They told me what happened.
Okay.
They told me what they did. They told me why. But this was the bullshit story. This didn't have nothing to do with no drugs. I even kept asking them, like, well, what about why you asking for drugs and shit? He's like, oh, no, it don't have nothing to do with drugs. But they were telling me that it was a report. They told me that they were duped by my mother and my sister.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, they told me that they were, that they got fooled sometimes and it ain't their fault. Like Herod walks up to me. I was helping them load the damn trailer so that they'd get the fuck out of there so I could take Tiffany to the hospital. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like here I am loading my dead uncle's trailer on their truck, like helping them just to get them out of there. Well, as I'm doing that, the only other big dude besides me, the only other tough guy was Donovan. So they called him out there to do it with me, to move this trailer by hand, and he comes out and that pussy couldn't even pull it. I had to pull for both of us, and like, as I'm pulling it, he goes, this ain't my fault, right? And I was like, dude, what you did was your fault. Like what you did was your fault. And he goes, yeah, but your mom. And I said, my mom did what my mom did. You did what you did.
So based on your mom's word, they basically went batshit crazy.
Yeah, man. And it even says that in the probable cause for the warrant, if you read that. Well, I doubt you read it because they didn't have a case number attached. So you probably can't find nothing about it in public records.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to get to that as well, Chris, because that's a whole other scenario. And I think for time's sake, we're going to cut to the aftermath.
Okay. MLH.
Yes.
Let's take a quick intermission, man. And
I can
let people smoke cigarette, do whatever they do, get a drink and all that. We've been on for 2 hours already, so
Damn, this happens every time.
So I'm
right.
just saying. So I wanted to wait until I could catch you. Before
This is a
you went into
perfect
the next thing.
transition, Topher. Let's take a, what do you say, like a 10-minute break?
Well,
Topher?
I got 2 songs I'll play. It adds up to about like 6-7 minutes. So
Okay, no worries. We'll take about 7 so everybody can get a smoke. We're gonna pick up at the end, and then we're gonna go forward from there, and then we'll get some more information. You guys aren't gonna want to miss this. Stick around. I've got plenty more questions. I'm sure everybody else does as well.
Official misconduct will be with me when we come back too, guys.
all right, y'all.
Perfect.
Y'all know the deal, man. Go out, get your cigarettes, get your drinks, do what you got to do. Chop one up. I don't give a
Smoke
shit
them
what
if you
do.
got them.
Smoke them if you got them. I don't give a shit what you guys do, because I don't. So do what you do, and we'll see you in a few.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a handout, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Try to play it, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain, pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane, pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test and expect nothing less. You check as I'm chess, what's happening next? Yeah. He got the venom, a tangible weapon, no coming in second. This life is a lesson. He got a new engine from pain, it's a blessing. New focus, no guessing, just bold and obsession. All in his possession, you got their attention. I leave an impression and take a redemption. Just kill no discretion, your mind is a weapon. 11-11, it's time for progression. You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they drag the chains, you can say no, free me. So he's been looking for somebody who could save him, instead of searching inside for what they gave him. A strong will, strong mind causes mayhem. We could change the world, change times, rearrange them. Staying on pace, running the race. Life is a chase, I don't want a place, I wanna be first. Work till it hurts, dehydrated thirst till I'm in a hearse. High ambitions and the right mind can take you so far. It's like you lived a few lifetimes. Take off, I'ma break off from the weak minds. They can stay soft, you can change lives, you create thoughts. Never waste time, you got one shot, you got one life. Better pop off, what do you like? Make a dream job, no 9-5, no mean boss. Just my life and free thoughts. You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they drag the chains, you can say no, free me.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We are back. So I'm muting up again. And MLH, go ahead.
All right.
It's all on you.
I got a question for you guys. Tiffany, you actually had a phone out. How do you feel? How did you guys feel about recording police before all this stuff? And how do you feel about it now?
I was actually scared to do it before.
Uh-huh.
Now I quite enjoy it.
Okay, so it wasn't something that you guys were interested per se in doing before all this stuff happened. Like, you guys weren't out there cop watching. You guys weren't taking your phones and recording incidences that might have been like public interest type videos in public, right? You guys,
we wouldn't have known that you could do that legally at the time. But what we were doing is the whole incident, like going back to where we called the police and everything.
Uh-huh.
Man, we've kind of been screwed over by the legal system enough because of her case with the kids at DCF. We started recording through that, like almost all of it. You know what I mean? Like, because when I met her, I told her, I said, you got to start recording these fools, you know, because they were saying things and then those things were being denied and all that. And we were like, man, we got to record these bastards. So we were recording through all of it. Like, mind you, my uncle's death, like that came like to us, it was a completely separate incident. You know what I mean?
Right.
But we were recording all of it.
Okay, before we move on from the whole traumatizing incident, I want to talk to Tiffany. Now, Tiffany, from your point of view, you know, you hear the big bang, the boom, as Chris put it. Chris runs to the door, as any man should and would. The dog is already there because dogs, you know, are like, you know, they're protectors. He tells you to call the police. Now, do you call the police, or what do you do?
Well, I had my phone in my hand and it was open. It's an iPhone, so I had to open my screen and everything. And by the time I was getting ready to call 911, I realized that at that point I should probably be recording because there was a lot more commotion going on than what normally should be going on.
Did you have any inkling that it was the police at this point, or not quite?
No.
You didn't?
Okay. Well,
I didn't even know that, guys. I thought she knew at that point.
Yeah. Okay. So you eventually get to the front door. Your husband's missing, right? Chris isn't there. He is outside already, and you're
No,
wondering what the heck is going on here, right?
I was still there when she
Well,
came
he
out.
was
Oh, you
still
were
at
there.
the door.
Okay.
Yeah, because they had already shot the gun, so I slammed the door shut, and then she came up behind me.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. So then the door opens, and Chris is. Are you pulled out forcibly?
Yeah.
Are you pulled? Okay. So you're pulled
No,
out,
it wasn't
and
quite
then
yet though. I have a window on my door. You know what I mean? A viewing window.
right.
So like I had already opened the door at that point. Now you're talking about like 3 seconds. I
Right.
had opened the door and saw it was police, and then I reshut it because they fired with all the lasers. So
Right.
I kicked it like it was an accident, even really, but I kicked it shut. And I told Tiff, I was like, it's police. I said, get the dog, you know, because I knew the dog was going to try to run out there with me.
Right.
So I
Right.
have my hands at the window thing, you know, the viewing window, and like pressed against it. So that's what y'all are seeing in the video where it starts. My hands are pressed against the viewing window of the door.
Mhm.
And I'm saying, I'm coming out, guys. I'm coming out. Like, don't shoot no more, you know. And then I open the door, but that's her recording. So you're
Okay.
seeing where she was standing in the
Right.
back of our kitchen with the dog. Like, she had came up to me real quick.
Uh-huh.
I could see it in the video. I don't remember this really well in the moment, but you
Right.
can see in the video she comes to me, gets the dog, and then steps way the fuck back. You know, they just shot a gun. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Anyway, I don't
So
mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, I'm getting the timeline in my
Yeah,
head right now,
it'll
and
help
I'm
you.
right. So let's fast forward a little bit to where Tiffany, you then are basically struggling with the dog. I can see you struggling with the dog. You got the phone. You're trying to record the best you can, and I'm glad you did. Holy cow, am I glad you did. Now there's a blood curdling scream at some point, and obviously that's you. What exactly happened in that time frame? Because that's just a few seconds later, right? Or maybe like a half minute to a minute later. You're what? How did that happen? Where you just start just letting out this blood curdling scream that people have heard on the videos?
Well, I'm guessing, but Donovan Harrod came up, and I think he was trying to grab for my phone, which I didn't have in this hand at the time. So he grabbed my hand and yanked like he was trying to take something from me, but everything that he had in his hand was attached. And
The other cop had taken the phone and put it on the freezer at the same time. So when Donovan grabbed her, she wasn't even holding her damn phone.
Okay. Okay. So he grabs you, and that's when did you feel anything? I mean, you were just screaming basically out of like pure terror, right? I mean, this was obviously very harrowing, and I mean, I can't imagine. You know, I mean, did you feel any pain at that moment, or was the adrenaline rush just to where you just really didn't feel anything?
I was scared, and I felt the pain in my back. I did not feel the pain in my arm until later on.
Okay.
So I was hurting. It was out of fear and out of pain.
And pain. Okay. All right. So even the adrenaline wasn't enough to hide the pain that you were feeling in your back. Did you hear a crack or anything of that nature? Did you feel like a crack, or what was it? It just happened, and then you found out afterwards.
It's not really a crack. It's more of like a grinding feeling, kind of what you feel.
Gotcha.
It's
All right. So they let you up, Chris, and we're all back in the house, and we're towards the end of the whole interaction. Did anybody apologize to you guys? Did anybody say, we're sorry it went this way? Was there any acknowledgement of maybe some fault on their part at all?
Yeah, there was lots of fault acknowledgement, but no apology. They weren't in the way of apologies. They were just saying, you know, man, you know, things go wrong for us sometimes. Sometimes we get it wrong. You know, sometimes we're misled. Like one of the lines that I'll never forget is that the supervisor of the case, like this dude's, you know, like guy that set trades up, he said, this stuff unfortunately happens a lot. That's what he said to me, man. And I was
That's
like, a
what he said to
lot.
me.
Like, you were talking about like Breonna Taylor type shit, right? And he goes, well, no, not to that level. And I was like, but all it would have took is if I had fought to grab my gun, man.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Like, if I had used the gun on the internet door, they would have shot me for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, and luckily I didn't, dude, because I think man, everybody says I would have answered the door with my second. Yeah, you would. So would I. Well, how the fuck that happened? Like, I'm not the kind of guy to slip up on protection either, y'all. Not at all. I never was. It just happened so quick, and it was so unexpected that I literally just bypassed the gun. And at that point, you know shit's going down. You can't go back and get it. If you do, you know, it's like the wrong decision. You know,
This is, this goes to the Second Amendment, people. I'm actually for the Second Amendment. I don't own a gun, but we all say that, right? Oh, if I had a gun, man, I'd grab the gun and I'd be at the front door, and blah blah blah. It doesn't always happen that way, right? You're not.
I would have. Like,
Right.
and looking back, man, I don't know why I didn't. You know,
You gotta
sometimes
stick
I wonder
fence,
if I
man.
should have. I mean, of course, things wouldn't be like they are right now, but it's like that is what the fucking Second Amendment's written for. That exact scenario, guys, is technically word for word verbatim of what the Second Amendment means.
Exactly.
In other words, if I had to enter that door and pow, 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 I probably could have killed 4 of them too, to be honest with you. Like, because they were so unorganized.
Yeah.
But if I had, then we would be in the same predicament as Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. I would, because if I lived, because that is why he's not in trouble, because that is what your Second Amendment is, guys. Like,
right.
And I'm not promoting shooting cops as they come in your house.
No.
Trust me, I'm not. I don't think that that's the right answer. But I think the reason why that ever could happen is if they're doing it wrong, and then you do it wrong, and then
But now, with that being said, I get scared at the slightest noise that's outside. So it has become practice, like a procedural thing for us, that we arm ourselves to go and check out anything
Everything
that
now.
we hear.
Yeah.
I mean, I have my
Like,
phone ready to record,
Yeah.
armed in the other hand. It's
yeah,
insane.
she's started taking lessons, and she shoots me now, and it couldn't come at a worse time because the ammunition prices went way up. but like, I've dedicated a couple firearms to her. She's got her license going, and like, she's learning.
Right.
And we keep them so close now because we've already determined this is our decision. We have chosen now at this point that we will not be loose about our Second Amendment at all anymore.
Right.
Because we were like on the fence about it a little bit. Not me totally, but we weren't quite as strict about it as we are now, because what we realize is that absolutely was tyranny. That was the definition in which the Second Amendment protects us, and we are amendment practitioners now, like practitioners. That's what we do, and that is not voiding the Second. We are all about them all.
Okay. All right. Let's fast forward to the aftermath here. All right. So next day, you guys have had a chance to. You probably didn't sleep at all that night. You probably were. Now you get to the hospital, and they tell you that Tiffany, you re-injured your back, and you have a torn rotator cuff. You find out all the injuries, right? And they're horrific. They're I mean, this is. My heart goes out to you, because those injuries would have probably made Chris cry. It's like,
oh yeah,
and you didn't seem to cry throughout the whole thing. Like you screamed because you were in pain, but you held together pretty damn well, I would say. So you get the prognosis. How long did it take at the doctor's office to get all that information? Probably a few hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long enough to call about 500 attorneys.
Right. So you guys get home, probably don't get a great night's rest, but you get some sleep. You wake up. What's going through you guys' heads at that point?
We had to go to court for her kid.
Oh wow! So you had a court.
Yeah, man. You want to talk about stress? Yeah, with broken back and everything, man. She was wearing her stormtrooper costume all over again. We had to go to court.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. So you didn't even have time to process what just happened. You had to deal with some other BS.
I never even processed my uncle's death. Making that video, you guys, like the one robbed at gunpoint by cops, that was the first time I really able to let it see what happened to my uncle, man. Like I cried making that whole damn thing. She comes inside and I'm like, you know?
Right.
Because it finally got when I made that video, you know what I mean?
You know, people definitely grieve in different ways, and you know, sometimes it takes time. A good cry always helps, you know. Yeah.
We weren't given the chance to let any of this sink in.
Yeah. All right. So tragedy after tragedy. Do you guys talk about it after the court case? I don't want to get into that because that's a whole separate issue. Do you guys talk about what happened when you get home, or on the drive home, or when do you guys actually first basically try to process yet another traumatic event in your lives?
Yeah, the discussion about it's nonstop. I mean, it's not like you just like say, "Hey, let's talk about it." And you talk about it the whole time, like, can you believe what that motherfucker did at this point? And then you tell the other, it's like, and how, you know, I mean, you're talking about it the whole time, like, but you have to stop. Here's what really happens: you have to stop talking about it to continue to do your real life stuff. Right. So you have to say, "Hey, baby, you know, we're gonna have to pause it for a minute because we got to go to court. You know, we got to talk about court. Like, we got to get that." And here it was, right after getting out of the hospital. You know, she had to go to court. And that kind of stuff. And it's all the time like that. Don't stop. You have to keep pausing from talking about it so that you can do things. And now you got to add to that list. You got to get a lawyer. You got to add to that list. You got to write down what happened to you. You got that list. You got to start telling people. You got to add to that list. You got to start getting reports. You got to add to that list and add to it and add to it. It's so overwhelming.
Let's talk about this. So did you secure a lawyer?
One secured us.
Okay. I'm not going to go too much into that, but I do want to ask. Now let's go to the records process. Now we saw in the video, they weren't exactly happy to see you request anything. Now,
is that how you want to put it? That's sweet for you to them.
I try to be as politically correct as possible. So because I don't want anybody to think that I'm biased, because right now I'm interviewing, I'm in my journalist mode, you know. So I mean, everybody knows the way that I feel. If you see,
it don't matter how you look at it. Look what they're doing. We go in to get old records. What they do? They attack us. That's what they do.
Right.
The police attack us for trying to get records. That's what
right. And they don't want to deal with you because they say it's from a different police department, yet you were told to go into that police department to request records, right?
That's a different police department at a different time. And I'm telling you, we were attacked by, we were confronted by city police once who didn't have nothing, right? Mm-hmm. But they're under the same prosecutor, which is who was the one responsible for obtaining the warrant. And then we were attacked because we were told by that city department to go talk to the prosecutor about that other thing. Don't have nothing to do with it, okay? Right. It was about going to DCS to get a case report for court for custody court,
Got
you know,
you.
for family.
Got you. So you weren't even necessarily getting records for the raid. You were
some of the time seeing us getting raid records, but most of the time it's not. It's just everything that we still needed to conduct legal business for.
Right.
Ever since they did it, they want to shut us down from the legal system is what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So like you're witnessing what victims deal with when they have been done wrong. And the legal system in that area is trying to avoid accountability. They will not let you conduct business.
All right. This is a very important piece of this, guys, because part of what I do is I go into police lobbies and I try to get complaint forms and figure out the process. But most of the times when I go into lobbies, I didn't want to laugh at your misfortune, guys, but I kind of like when that portion came up and the guy was giving you kind of hell for asking for open records, which you were instructed to do. It happens all the time. And the difference is you have a camera. You didn't have the camera there. Things might have went a little bit differently from you, which I don't understand. I mean, we're supposed to be able to record our our interactions with the police. Have you noticed that? Like, do you feel if you guys went in there without the camera that things might have went a little bit differently for you?
I'm gonna let Tiffany answer that. What do you think?
Okay.
I don't think so, because whenever, prior to actually showing that I was recording, I was still recording, incognito, but I got the same response.
Well, hold on. You get the same answer. I think is what you get the same answer. They're going to shut you down
it's
when
not
you're
quite
asked.
so dramatic.
But they're definitely concerned about the camera because they know at this point that we're going to fucking sue them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And we've already filed our own torts at this point, so they
Got
already know they'll do it on their own even.
I got you. So there is what you guys are saying is you don't think it would have made a difference, but there is a difference between camera and no camera in the way that it's presented to you. That's
the way they end up. They ultimately do the same thing, but their acting is different for sure. Like they act completely different. Yeah,
I got you. So, all right, let's go a little bit further just for time's sake, and I want to let other people ask questions. I know I'm a big windbag, and I keep asking question after question because I have plenty. You're having a lot of trouble getting reports, getting, I mean, if it was here, you would be able to ask for body cams and stuff, but unfortunately, it's not the case here. But that alone is already adding a lot of stress to the whole situation. At what point did you guys say, you know what, fuck this, we're going to become activists? We're going to be the ones to say, hey, look at this shit. Look what's going on here. We're going to expose these guys. And then after this, I want to ask you about some certain people that have already been mentioned and how that ties into the whole A&E thing.
I'm just going to answer. I got to answer that, man. Sorry, Josh, but I'm getting ready to put you out there, brother, because let me tell you guys what happened. It was like a year. We've been reaching out. We've been posting on our I've been posting on Facebook. I've been calling lawyers all day, every day. I've been missing work. I've been, we were just getting hammered to the ground. Like we lost all our friends pretty much. Nobody was supporting us. Nobody cared, it felt like, man. And the ones that did either was sided on blue or they were thinking, man, we can't be a part of what you're doing. You're exposing this stuff. You're not supposed to do that, So we had no support.
Wow.
And then I started watching YouTube a little bit. I ran across a few. I was doing legal research because me and her were already working on the course, I was doing some legal research and it brought me to YouTube, and then YouTube brought me to egregious things because I was looking for case law stuff for court, for things, for lawyers and stuff. And I ended up running across the 1A community. All right. And there were some of them that are designed, talk to victims, and I'm not going to say this because, I reached out to several, just along the way, I was still conducting business and stuff, but I was, on the side, I'm like, man, certainly somebody gives a fuck about what happened to us, so I was sending these, I actually had an email already done, that I just copy and paste at that point. Man, I was watching Josh AFA one time. I was dying. And me and Tiffany there and watched this go. He had gone into this police department where a dude was practicing his First Amendment, and the guy was done wrong by the police there. I think they arrested the dude or something. It was one of Josh's. And this video that me and her sat there, we rewound it and watched it 3 or 4 times. AFA goes in and he's like, guys, don't call police department. And he's giving them mail, and all the phones just started lighting up. We were like, yeah, look at that,
Yeah.
And I just sending, I can't remember, an email or whatever. And man, it was boom, he responded. He's like, bro, I'm so sorry, and he was the first person out of any activist groups or any, all the stuff that the state has set up that's supposed to be out there to help people, victims and all. He's the only first person ever to come back and say, sorry about what happened to you, blah, blah, blah. How can I help? What do you need? You're part of the family. And literally took us in like family. It wasn't even about, he didn't even try to do anything on it. He pretty much just said, "Your family, you're safe here. You can talk about it. You can call me anytime." And I did. And that's really what he meant.
Yeah.
Okay. And he really did follow through with that. And he became our good friend. And not just him, but all his people, you know.
Yeah.
And most of them are here now, and I love every one of them. They are like family. But anyway, you know, as things progressed, and I was asking him to produce a video, you know what I mean? And he was like, "Bro, it's too intricate, man." He goes, "You should do it." He's like, "You're smart. You got legal understanding. You do this stuff." He goes, "It'll feel good. Pick up a camera and go tell him to fuck off with it," you know?
Yeah.
And I presented that to Tiff, and me and Tiff looked at it, and we were like,
You could
"Do
do
it
this.
anyway. We'll do it anyway. Let's just point it at him from now on.
Yeah.
It looks fun. This looks cool." So, and we're doing it. You know? So that's what we did, man. We just fucking pointed the camera at him and started recording. And you just start, and we were terrible at doing it right and getting videos up.
Yeah.
Like our first few videos, guys, we're sorry about how messy. We didn't know shit, you know, about like production and like getting it out there. But all we were worried about was you all seeing the content, and that's still today.
Yeah.
I was
Like,
really on the fence for a long time about
she was afraid it would
putting
mess us
everything
up.
out there. I was afraid to do it because I have a lot more stuff involved than just this. But
Yeah, it's our kids, you know, it's our horses, it's where we live, you know, it's our general stores and my business. And, you know, like you guys have to understand what we're putting on the line here is our entire reputations with everything and everyone.
Yeah, I can definitely see the trepidation. You know, I mean, I have it myself, although I've been doxxed by cops. You know, I've had people dox me. I mean, but you know, the information's out there now. What you gonna do about it? Are you gonna sit there and cry, or are you gonna get out there and actually do something? You know,
That's
so,
literally the way I put it to Tiff whenever I was trying to talk her into doing what we're doing now. I was just like, "Honey, everybody knows, you know, we can't any worse than what we already are. We'd already lost her.
Yeah.
You know, we literally, you know, struggling with every aspect of everything of our lives at that point.
yeah.
And that's the only thing that could possibly happen is just the exposure might put some people on our side.
Yeah.
You know, and sure enough, look where we're at right now, guys.
Before I get to the A&E angle, I want to ask Tiffany. Tiff, what was harder for you to recover from? Was it the physical aspect, or is it the mental aspect of what you went through?
well, you know, they have both been absolutely terrible for me. We are working through our way, you know, making it towards the end of the physical, hopefully. But the mental part, it sneaks up on you. You know, you think you're okay, and you think that you went through all of the processes and steps to be okay with it, and then you have a trigger. It could be the dog barking, and I'll be okay with it for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden it just like nails on a chalkboard, and I can't tolerate it. So at this point right now, I think the mental is definitely outweighing the physical.
Yeah, in the long run. I'll give an example for her right now. She made that short video she posted on her page last night. It was last night she made that. Yesterday she was making that throughout the day. And her life couldn't be, you know, doing any better than it is in you know, considering all circumstances. So, I mean, you know, her kid was here. She was hanging out with him. She's having a great day. She wanted to make that video, you know, for you guys, you know, because she's really doing a lot to try to promote understanding about, you know, the logistics and misconduct inside of DCS involving your kids and stuff. So she started making that video, man, and like she come into me from our kid's bedroom, and she was crying. She's like, "It's just, you know, it's hard." Like she says, "It's just hard." She asked me if I'd help her through a part, and I said, "Baby, I can't. You know, it's yours. Like this is part of it. It's just part of the process." But it's triggers like that. You guys have ideas, like, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I don't mean like, I'm sure people do have ideas. I'm just saying, you, as yourself, you get shocked when it happens because you don't expect to get turned over when you're just, you know, like doing something normal, you know, something cool, like something that's going to be positive. But it happens like that.
100.
So, I have a question for you, Chris. And this is someone brought this to my attention from my YouTube channel. they asked, were you when this happened to you, did you fear for your life that your life was going to end that in that moment of that time where this interaction happened to you and your family?
Yeah, I'd like to sound like the tough guy here, but it was like when I opened that door and them lasers were on me and the gun went off. I'm not going to say it's not the word that you would want to use to describe this with fear, but you don't have fear yet. It's not, I can't describe what it is because there is no feeling. It is literally utter emptiness. You don't understand that second at all, you know, and it's just like a flash, boom. And then all of a sudden you got that really strong, overwhelming fear. Cause I'm like, oh my God, I shot, you know, like I literally felt the pressure in my chest. So I thought it hit my chest.
Yeah.
And I was like looking down and then I thought my dog, you know what I mean? And then I'm like looking all around cause I don't see a hole and I don't feel it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then my dog is still standing and I'm thinking maybe it was him, maybe it wasn't. You know, I don't see blood yet, but all this happens like that.
Like so fast. Yeah.
And then as I'm going out, my mind was thinking, you know, these are police. Like, yes, they're a little wound up. Yes, they're out of control. Yes, they just made a mistake and they're not all that well organized. I mean, your brain does all this real quick. But I felt like they're going to like have to be held to some standards.
Right.
You know, like it won't go that far, you know, so like there wasn't much fear per se. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It happened
It
so
was
quick.
more like just concern. Like I just wanted it to be done right. I didn't want Tiff to get killed. I didn't want the dog to get killed. I just wanted them to know. And that's why I did everything in my power to let them think and know and see and just know that I was being compliant. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
That compliant is what costed us all this damage. But at the same time, that compliant is also, even though we were damaged as bad as we were, that same compliance is also the reason we're still here to talk about. All of us are still here to talk about it.
Right. I'm glad you guys are here telling this story. It's an extraordinary story and it continues. There's a different kind of aspect to this. You guys produced a couple of videos where you showed a couple of the police officers that are part of a TV show on A&E in Clark County. And forgive me if I forget the title of the show. I think it was like 60 Days In or I don't know what the fuck it was called. It was called something, but it's a very popular A&E show and they're revamping it. And I want to talk about that a little bit. You guys, are you guys saying that they hammed everything up for the camera and they didn't have enough material, so they kind of, you know, embellished the way that they entered and the way that they treated you guys? Do you think that that's part of the reason that they did what they did to you guys that day?
I think that I'm trying to be very clear about this as I produce and as I let this cat out of the bag. I don't think that like them being the TV people, I don't think that it's that connected directly to our singular raid. What I'm saying is that they are doing this as an entity who is cheating the process. It is the sheriff, it's products captain, and it's their prosecutor, and then a couple of other people under them that are just all like, oh, starstruck over the shit because they're making so much money, man. They literally are saying in all of their interviews about being on A&E, about being on the TV shows, they're saying that they don't know how that they would conduct the county's business without their money. They're freaking out whenever they're losing their contracts and stuff because how they're going to keep paying for everything.
Are they still subsidizing? So I don't understand how this is working. How is that money accounted for, the A&E money? Because
I think it's important that we, you know, I got to finish this without what I was saying before you go there, because that's going to get confusing and it's going to pull the subject. What I know they are doing, okay, is are freaking out trying to get content for the new show Narcoland, okay, and Narcoland is all about, if you listen to the things that's going on their own advertising. I'm not like saying this for them. This is their words on, and they've already published these words. They're saying that there are mafia connections right here in this area, and that it is their duty for the show, their mission for the show is to catch all these cartel people. You know,
What is their evidence of that?
shit, dude, your guess is good as mine. I've lived there all over no damn cartel.
And
That's why they can't. That's why the show failing, because there ain't no damn. They never catch anybody doing none of that, because I've never seen none of that in my life.
So I guess that's the question I want to ask. Do you think that your raid could have been like maybe practice?
No, I think that it's because if you remember, the thing that the DCS guy said to the judge was that we were in the Mexican mafia. That's a drug cartel. I'm
So they're
not
just
kidding.
okay. All right. So, look, I think it's comical, not what happened to you guys.
No,
but-
I know, and I'm
Yeah.
laughing with you like that.
Right.
But it's true. That's how dumb these idiots are.
I think it's really stupid to say cartel. Just openly use that word cartel, right? Because there's
Right.
no cartels in the United States, right? There are drug runners, there are nefarious people, no doubt. But to say that there's a cartel here, people don't really understand the meaning of a cartel. If you live in Mexico, like my significant other has, she dealt with that, right? Like
Yeah.
she know. I mean, we're talking like beheadings. We're talking about killings. We're talking about roughing people up. Like that. I mean, it's a rough and tumble, do or die. When you're talking about cartels, this is a very heavy-handed allegation, and if there's any evidence that they have, they should turn that over to the DOJ, right?
Yeah, that should be like FBI's plate, not no damn Clark County Police.
Right.
It's fucking, you know what they're doing, and you all know it already right now. What they're doing is they're trying to make it extravagant because it's a reality TV show. It's bullshit. So what
Right.
they're doing is they're trying to pretend to be the heroes for the whole world. That's literally what it is. It's such a stupid show. And if y'all watch it, I'm hoping that y'all are watching it to make fun of these fucking idiots. And first of all, the main dude, Donovan Herod, he is a pussy, guys. Like, I let him beat me up, and he still couldn't beat me up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, dude ain't even tough at all, man. He's just a dick.
I've
And
seen a lot of like auditors, and it cracks me up every time because it's the truth. Without a badge and a gun, I mean, these people wouldn't normally do these things in the street, right? Like
they might try it a couple times and get their fucking ass handed to
Right.
them. You know what I mean?
That's-
Which I'd be more than happy to do. If Donovan, if you ever want to get into a ring and have a legit legal fight, I swear to God, I'm ready to fuck the world up in that ring, bro. Let's do it. It'd be fun.
Right.
And I mean that, in a legal way, because I would never
Right.
break the law.
Right. Yeah.
But-
A pair of boxing gloves, pay-per-view. Let's do it.
Hell
right?
yeah, man. You want to get famous? Let's get pay-per-view on it. No,
No,
let's
I
do it.
think that'd be pretty awesome.
I'd love it, man. Yeah, that'd be fun.
I'd love to promote the hell out of that, actually. So-
He won't do it. Donovan, I challenge you right now to that.
All right. Let's finish up, okay? And I want to give other people a chance to kind of chime in and ask their questions. But you guys are now clearly 1A, part of the 1A community. You guys are out there. You guys are recording when you can. I mean, when your schedule allows. Obviously, you guys are busy people. You got jobs like everybody else. What do you want to say to people that are interested in listening to this interview or any future interviews with you guys or your videos? What do you guys want to say directly to people as a result of what happened to you?
What do we want to say to people? Okay, I'm not completely.
What's the message? What's the message that you want to get out to people about this whole debacle?
Well, it's a lot. There's a lot of different things, but I mean, I guess main thing is like we want y'all to see who we are, like the real us, who we really are, and who we really are. We are just regular old people living in America, you know, like everyone else. Okay. We had good jobs. We were doing life, you know, everything's normal. And what I'm saying to you guys is this: the whole thing we want you to see is that everyone, it can happen to anyone, and everyone is responsible for their part to keep this from happening, because in all the way the entire layout of government and United States, the layout of the United States, the way it operates as a business, okay, is that we civilians, us people like me and her and you all watching and everything, we are the bosses of enterprise that is operating and functioning on rules and regulations, okay? And we are the people who are the top. We're the golf club swingers, okay? The civilians are. We're the top dogs. And it's our responsibility to maintain the whole system, okay? That's what voting is about. That's what your interactions with your conducting legal business is about. When you go to a BMV, you ain't going in there as a person who is at their mercy. You're going in there as a person who is saying, this is your job to do for me. This is what I need. Here's the stuff I need to do it. Give it back to me. Thank you. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Now that goes for law enforcement. That goes for when you're making a police report. That goes for when you're talking to a prosecutor about an issue. That goes for when you're pressing charges on someone who's violated law.
Requesting paperwork from a judge.
Yep. Requesting stuff over the Department of Child Services, dealing with any of these agencies who have anything to do with you. You know, anytime there's ever an interaction, you're the boss, and it's your responsibility to maintain the standards. And I know everybody's pissed off because the standards ain't being maintained. Well, guess what? That's what these folks in this community are doing. They are maintaining standards by showing everyone. That's what we first have to do, because the world behind right now. They're showing everyone that these standards are not being maintained. And they're also saying, I expect you to maintain those standards right now, right here.
Got you. Okay. My final question before I hand it off to Road Dog and further questions from everybody else. My final question is what do you think needs to change with law enforcement?
Oh God, man. What a big question.
I know that's a loaded question and you know, kind of all encompassing, but what would you like to see happen with law enforcement? Would you think that maybe defunding a portion of police would be the right answer? Do you think the training should be different? Do you think we should start over? In other words, fire everybody and start over, maybe have different standards?
Everything you say is going to be part of an idea in which needs to be done and implemented as they go, but not all together. Like, I believe that if you do any of those things in totality, it's going to cause more harm than good. But if you implement every one of those ideas a little bit here and there throughout all of America, you know, or hell, whole world, I guess, you know, I'm learning now. But yeah, you got to implement all that stuff. We got to take some money away from the ones that are being overpaid. We got to definitely start doing punishments for the ones who break law. Okay, you got to fire the idiots that keep doing it wrong. I mean, come on, man, stop leaving them on the damn crew. They suck. You go to McDonald's and screw up dropping French fries, you're going to get fired after the second or third time of screwing it up. You know what I mean? So why not in law enforcement? Are you kidding me? We need better training. Obviously, we definitely need them to learn more about law. You know, there's so many
They
things,
need to
guys.
have more respect. I think the qualified immunity needs to be reevaluated.
Yeah. And the insurance policies, they need to pick between one or the other. They either need qualified immunity or insurance. Which one do y'all want? Because we're giving you too much.
So in the military, we have a ROE, rules of engagement. Do you think the police force in America should have a standard of like ROE, the rules of engagement, what they can and cannot do, and if they break that ROE, that they will automatically be court-martialed or held to a higher standard?
I believe that is a good question. Let me answer that as best as I know how. It does exist. It's the 14th Amendment, due process, their procedures. The only difference is that when you join the military, those people are held to real good standards. Military people are freaking awesome, man. Like you all get out there and you do it right. You do it to the best of your, your sworn oath. Well, that ain't what's happening with police. They're too damn loose. Not only the police, but all the officials in government that aren't military. They're just loose and they're not following the damn rules. And that's the problem. And yeah, that's why the military people follow it, because they know they're going to get court-martialed.
Yeah. Yeah. There's repercussions for doing the wrong thing. All right. I think that's going to be my questioning. Road Dog, I'm going to hand it over to you and anybody else that has any questions. I hope I didn't overstay my welcome and ask too many questions, but I do appreciate the time. Road Dog, I'm going to hand it over to you. Road Dog, do we have you? Sort of, kind of. Oh, I guess not. I guess he stepped away.
Hey, I'm sleeping, or is he here?
I think I put him to sleep. Anybody else?
Hey,
no,
hey,
I was
MLH.
muted, sorry.
Yeah.
MLH. The
Yes.
name of the show is Road and Toe Show.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the second part of what you said there. All I
Okay,
heard was
that's-
road.
I was just checking to make sure you understood that part of it.
All right. Well, I thought you stepped away, Toe. I'm sorry, man. But this is the Road and Toe Show, even though it's being simulcast clear across the world on multiple.
And we're gonna cut MLH's hair next week. just so
Yeah,
you know.
we're definitely not doing that. So yeah, I'm going to turn it over to you guys and any other questions that the panel has. But like I said, thank you guys for letting me ask you all the. I hope you don't think that I was too tough with the questioning, but sometimes you have to get to every nook and cranny on all sides to be fair and equitable to everybody. I mean, the story is there, and it's there for everybody to hear and see. And I hope I wish you guys the best, and I hope we get updates as you go along on this journey as well.
Yeah, we probably won't be doing like this. What we just premiered was probably the final video that we are going to do about the raid itself, but we're not going to stop updating you guys on legal processes, even if it surrounds it. It'll just be a little bit different. But I mean, dude, MLH, we so much appreciate your support, and you did not over question. The only deal with the questions like that is that these interviews go on because you're not going to ever know what happened. But here's what I want to point out: like everything that you asked, to the best of my memory on this interview, I think all of the proof and evidence is in every video.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So to anyone questioning anything, it's all there. It's all posted on our pages. You know what I mean? I know it's hard to understand, but it's there. It really is.
Well, I'm very good at deciphering videos, so I'm going to take a look or two at those videos again, as any good journalist / lawyer / whatever would do. And I'm sure I'm going to have 50 million more questions before it's all said and done. And by the way, 007 in chat says that I wear a weave. That's totally untrue. My hair is weave.
Well, if you notice, I posted a comment. Mexican short hair just doesn't ring the same.
How dare you?
But I will say Mexican no hair does.
How dare you? I have plenty of hair.
And I just want to say, man, I appreciate Mexican long hair for coming in here with his great line of questioning for public safety and official misconduct. The Road and Toe Show really appreciates it.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. I mean, I'm kind of known as like the guy that's going to ask all the right questions, or maybe all the wrong questions at the right times. You know what I mean? I mean, that's it's kind of what I do, part of what I do. So I'm going to go ahead and take off. But I do appreciate for public safety, make sure that you like, share, subscribe to his channel, Official Misconduct, same deal. I wish you guys all the best. I hope that maybe one day I can have an interview on my channel. And then, we can go over some more specifics and stuff like that. But I'm sure there's plenty more questions that the panel is going to have for you. I appreciate everybody in chat being very kind to everybody involved and not being complete douchebags and asking stupid questions that I would never ask somebody. I mean, we have such a great, vibrant community. I mean, in all of these channels that, everybody is just all super solid. So much love to everybody that asked questions in chat and all the different chats. Much love to Road and Toe. everybody on panel. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Take
Hey,
care,
MLH, before you head out, I
Yes.
just want to tell you thank you so very much for coming on here and asking us those questions.
Well, I mean, somebody had to. I mean, it wasn't going to be road or toe. That's
Well, I mean,
And
just,
you did an awesome
we
job.
only had them on the night for 3 nights. Just saying.
yeah, they've only spent about half their lives dealing with it. No, but really though, those questions help decipher for the people that do come in and learn what's going on. So I mean,
I felt
you're
like they were
helping
very,
us
very
tremendously when you save us from having to explain the questions. You know.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, you guys can catch me almost every day except for Thursdays and sometimes Fridays. Tomorrow will be a double session. I'm going to be doing homeless outreach tomorrow, which you guys can be a part of, and also we're going to do hot tub tomorrow. So the adults in the room, make sure you join 7 Eastern tomorrow. It's a special night because my wife had to change her schedule. So tomorrow, double the fun. So thank you guys. All right, later, everybody.
Be there, brother.
All right, later on.
Later.
And PTP, did you have any questions for him?
I think one question was brought up from a viewer asking, are you going to proceed legal how would I say it? Are you going to proceed further with a lawsuit against these deputies or cops?
Against who? The go.
Are you looking to sue the cops and the deputies?
Oh yeah, no, guys, there's a lawsuit going. We ended up getting a good lawyer. Yeah, we're suing them. Yeah, we're suing them.
Okay, and PTP, there was somebody that asked you what branch of service you were in. I figured I'd let you answer that.
Army, U.S. Army.
Yes.
Right on. Thanks.
And AJ, did you have any questions since you've been here, sitting here really quiet?
Hi, AJ.
Hi. No, I don't. I'm gonna get with her personally, but no. I enjoy y'all's. I mean, no, that will sound wrong. I am sad about the story, but I'm glad that y'all are doing it the way that y'all are. So, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So, and that's my hero up there. She's wonderful.
Thank you. I love you, AJ.
Yeah, and apparently she didn't get your number from me. She didn't write it down, or I don't know, whatever it was. Anyways, I just gave it to her again, by the way.
Road dog fail.
She's got it now.
Actually, I did send it. I can't remember if we put it backstage or where we put it. So I just went ahead and resent it to her.
But he sent it. But he don't know where it's at.
Yeah, it was brought to
or
my
how.
attention. She didn't have it. So I made sure she got it.
And Toe for Life messed up because he just realized it tonight, and he was like, "Oh, Road Dog, you got to give that number up."
And we have Mr. Wilson in the house.
Yeah.
Did you have any questions,
Wilson?
My mic working all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
All right. Never know with this new technology, so. Well, I had like 10 questions for you, but MLH didn't leave much in the haystack. So I got to know about 5, but mine are a little bit different than what MLH or anybody else would really like to ask. So first off, I'm glad you guys could be here.
You too.
Every time I watch your guys' shows or even think about it, it brings tears to my eyes.
Thank you.
And
We
I
appreciate
thank
your
everybody-
support.
And I'd like to thank everybody in chat for being here as well. And my thoughts go out to K-Dot and his family.
Yes.
All right. So first thing I'm going to ask is, what's one thing you wish you would have known before this all started?
Before this all started, or before everything about the rain started?
Before the whole situation started.
That's a question. I'm gonna let her answer that one.
I wish I knew my rights. I kind of had a gist of them, but I had no clue what it all entailed and the details. And I wish I had known those before everything started, because I feel like this would have more than likely had a different outcome.
If ever happened at all.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think that, some of the questions that I have are just, like I said, they're a little bit different from what everybody else would ask, and I think it's something that everybody needs to, kind of hear from anybody.
I feel like that was a great question to ask on the panel,
question.
man, because that's something I think I would like to heard like a cheer and an echo behind her answer on that, because y'all learn your rights, man. It can stop you from getting damaged so much,
Exactly.
Learn your rights.
Exactly. Okay, we'll go to question number 2, because MLH took up like 4 hours, I think, maybe 10. What are some great resources that help you along the way?
It's definitely having this community to reach out to.
Yep.
And research on the internet.
Yeah, Google's big. Learning law. Like
I'm not a fan of Google myself. I use Safari.
I just look it up. I didn't mean particularly Google, but yeah, looking up law. Once you learn that there's law behind everything and how to sort of put it together, then the ability to get that information as easily as we can is a real big tool that we're not. People just aren't grateful enough for how awesome technology is for us right now, in this fight, because we have the ability to, like, literally, like in some of our videos, some of our encounters, we actually use a phone and look up a law, like right there on the spot with an asshole who's breaking it, and go, hey, what about this? Man, you couldn't have done that 20 years ago,
No, I would have been pulling a little wagon with books behind me, being like, hang on just a second, I've got this one bookmarked.
Let me find the index on that.
Yeah, exactly.
And we do have a question for the questioner. MLH is asking are you trying to say he's a windbag?
No, this is the windbag.
Yeah, I'm a windbag.
I thought I was getting ready to say personally.
I think Mr. Wilson was saying that MLH was very detailed. He conducted a very good interview, is what it sounds like.
Exactly. He was very detailed on all of it. I mean, there's still a whole lot that I'm sure he could talk about.
You guys, you're never going to
get to Rhino's ass, I think.
You're never going to get to the end of questions because it can't make sense. It wasn't done right. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, we're in 2022 and we still come across stuff. We're like, what?
Like, hey, hang on a minute. We got to get an answer to that one too. And half the time you don't. You're not going to. The only answer you get is you're not going to get it answered. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be the answer in some cases.
Or in order to get that answered, you need to contact, and then you go to contact and it does no good.
Yeah.
They just sending you somewhere else.
I would like to give another answer to your last question. You were saying some of the resources. I'm going to tell you what has not been very helpful. Anything that the government has provided to help, none of that shit's helpful. Like, come on. We need to do better right there. Like, we need to demand better from our government, because they are not helping us with console. They are not helping us with legal understanding. They are not helping us with process.
They make it so that you absolutely have to either take the path that we have, or you have to have bank to hire an attorney.
Yeah, they're abusing that process bad,
that is
guys.
so wrong. So wrong.
You either got to have money or you lose everything you got.
Yeah, they want you just to get shut up. That's what they want. They said just shut up. And they use lawyers too. We didn't get through in this earlier, but one of the questions that didn't get fully answered, we had a lawyer contact us. Well, he was conflict of interest, actually worked directly for the state of Indiana, for the Clark County, and he was just holding on to our case where we couldn't file, and he did not file our case. So we ended up getting real lucky later and having to take the avenue of proving that in order to move on with an actual lawyer that did get into the case. So we almost lost our ability to even file any kind of lawsuit because of of a crooked legal system. Yeah.
Well, what happened is we were like to the point where we were searching for another attorney, and I was like, Chris,
Yeah, he sucked. We were mad at him because he sucked.
he was absolutely terrible. But I stumbled across the tort thing, and I was like, we're almost
Yep.
out of time.
We didn't even know, man. It hadn't even been filed.
I was
you know?
getting ready to just take the jump and try to file it myself. I was like, we have no other choice.
Well, we didn't find out until after the notice of tort was over with. So, like, we didn't even have it. The lawyer literally sat on the damn thing and didn't file it. So in other words, what we're trying to say is, man, the legal system is full of corruption.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about all the way up and down and backwards and inside and out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
There he is.
it's getting out there where people are starting to understand that more and more all the time, you know.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's like you did a live there the one day, and I was driving around in the van. I was actually at the gas station listening to you, and the guy at the pump said, "I know who that is."
Yeah, I couldn't believe that, man. Nobody knows us. You know what I mean? That
Yeah,
must
that was
just
a
be
little
because my
crazy.
mouth was
I
big.
didn't expect them to know your voice at all.
Oh, I don't know. This voice, it's loud.
I guess, man. I talk a lot. That's what it is. You can't miss it because eventually you're going to hear it. I don't ever shut up.
Right. All right. So, question number 3: what is your biggest failure, and what did you learn from?
I don't really know how to answer that because it's hard to tell what was the right decision, the best decision of bad situations, or like if we did make a bad choice and it just turned out to be whatever it is now. Like you can't really tell. You can only guess, you know. I mean, for example, there's a lot of times I wished I would not pass my guns up going to the door, you know, but on the other hand, I have to guess it probably would have resulted in us dying, you know what I mean? Or them even, you know, and I don't want to think about that kind of stuff.
Well, for me, my thing well, to answer your question, is thinking that my attorney was actually my friend and trying to help me.
And thinking that people working for the legal system were doing it right too.
Yeah.
Like the cops and stuff, like believing Burton when he was saying he was out there looking out for us. That was bullshit. We should have never believed his ass because he didn't do nothing but make it worse. You know, those are the things. We wish we hadn't trusted people in the government roles. That's what we should say.
And if I remember correctly, the attorney that you guys got was also from the same town, correct?
Yeah, he's right across the street from the courthouse.
Yeah, see, that's like one of the biggest mistakes that people make because they work all together, one way or another.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's the way I've always looked at it. You know, the police know the lawyers know the judges and everything. It's just a full circle, and they always talk during coffee or anything like that, and they just work together.
Our case got even more egregious on that level, on that subject, because it turned out the lawyer had a complete conflict of interest. Like he literally was their lawyer for their sewage and water department.
Right.
Working next to the dude that was the supervisor of our warrant.
All right. So now, number 4, who are the 3 people who have been most influential to you during this whole process?
I want to start. Can I start? That guy right there at the bottom on the right of
The
screen.
funny looking guy with the glasses
Yeah,
next
the
to
little,
him.
the little funny dude down there, the jokester.
The little Bostonian guy.
Yeah, that man right there. That
Man
that
of a million
dude.
voices.
That dude right there. He is absolutely somebody to look up to, folks. Like, man, you want to just talk about like grabbing you from the hole and picking you up and saying, "Get up, let's do this. Let me show you how." And he makes jokes and he's funny and he's cool and he won't, you know, like let you just like sulk. And he just, I mean, you know,
Definitely lift you up.
yeah, he's somebody that you want to take action behind his action. It's called respect. You want to see what he does, and he does it so cool and so well and so openly that he makes you want to repeat it. You know.
ASA? No way.
Nah,
man,
we fired it all up.
You might have a change of thought afterwards.
yeah, he might get you in trouble if you try to copy him because
No,
he gets himself in trouble.
I don't know, buddy.
Josh, man, I tell you what though, like I was telling him before you were in here, like me and her were sitting there one night, the night I emailed you, and what it was is we were watching that episode where you went into the police station after your buddy got hit, and you were like, guys, don't call. Man, the whole freaking line of phones was just going ring, 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 and me and Jeff looked at like, no, we want to do that.
Well, I'll have to be honest. Whenever he told me that he had contacted you, and you know that you guys were talking, I was like, "Oh, sure, honey, okay."
Shouldn't believe me.
I was like, "Whatever," you know.
Listen, you know I love you, buddy, but listening to that phone call, it came to a point I couldn't even fucking listen anymore, dude. Like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, because I would never do you the disservice or the injustice of not being honest. But it was like one of the most bootlicking, egregious things I could have heard, and take that with a grain of salt. But I mean, the only person that's worse than the cop that goes hands on is the one that stands by and watch it. That guy is a fucking maggot. Firstly, he's a fucking maggot. To offer to take him to lunch, like, it got to the point, buddy, where I was just like, I was disgusted with him, disappointed with you. I mean, there's nothing good about that guy. To thank him as many times as you did, like, someone punches me in the face, I'm swinging back and I'm knocking them the fuck out. I'm certainly not thanking them for their service. And there was a part when you said, you know, you were explaining to this guy, like, you know, how you started contacting, you know, activism auditor channels, and they pointed you in the right direction. And, you know, do you agree with running up to cops with cameras? No. And, you know, you hope to start a panel to, you know, maybe even educate us. I mean, that's great. We're all out there to educate each other. But, dude, like, absolutely every single cop, camera in their face, right? Because it's no matter where you start, you can go after the court and go after whomever you want. But listening to that, dude, like, in combination with the phone call, I mean, I was fucking blown away, dude.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, because I needed to point this out. I kind of wanted to do it before we got into questioning, and it slipped my mind because everything. But here's the deal. This is what I've been pointing out, guys. What Josh has always done for me is, you know, because I don't know what the fuck I was doing with my rights and stuff. Like, I was learning. Of course I didn't know. I mean, look at the position we were in. So this is the guy right here who has grabbed our hand and got us through. And it ain't easy hearing it from him sometimes, because he is brutally honest. You're hearing it live right now. This is our relationship, you know, and we love each other, you know, but he don't fuck around with me. And that's part of what I need to especially me, because I'm hard-headed. But what he does is he tells me where I fuck up.
And
you
especially
know?
Since he doesn't let me get a word in edgewise. I need you.
Right. Yeah. She needs Josh.
But Chris,
let me tell you, so that call, what you're hearing and the recording, that's old. That was done before I ever even met you. You know what I'm saying? And I had to use that now because, and the reason that I was doing what every bootlicker does at the time, what I was doing was I was just praying that he would keep giving me more information, because you all know how damning that was. Matter of fact, I kind of almost feel bad for him now, because I know that everyone in the whole damn area is going to be pissed off as a motherfucker when they watch that, because that dude gave up tons of information, you know.
But you knew enough about activism, because you referred to in the phone call that you started watching activists and auditors, and you spoke to them, and they kind of pointed you in the right direction. Like, you know, like whether you were pro law enforcement or median law enforcement or just or ground control neutral, I mean, I think that any person, like, I'm not going to thank someone that abuses me or help somebody else abuse me, firstly. But if you were, you know, I'm just saying, like, as a course of advice, if you were prone to the activism movement and auditing, the 1A community is what got you in the right direction, to then couple that with the statement that, you know, I don't agree with, you know, running up to people with cameras in their face. You know, it just.
No, I said every time, Josh. I said every time. Every time doesn't need to be someone. It doesn't always need to be running to the cops. What I said in there, listen again. What I said is that sometimes those are just fucking buffoons doing what they're ordered. So it's important that sometimes those
ignorance is not an excuse. Ignorance is never an excuse for absent knowledge of the law. They holster a firearm, put on a badge, and go out into the community with the legal and lawful ability to suspend and terminate your rights under qualified immunity. They have that ability every single time, because if 99 times you pull the camera on a cop, but one time you don't, that might be the time that Derek Chauvin didn't get caught choking out George Floyd, or the backup person that was there for Johnny 5-0 with knees on the neck, or the times when I had somebody that didn't want to run up to the cops with a camera. He hid behind a fucking dumpster, and the only camera that caught that action was my own, save for the size of my channel that scared this guy. Like every single time. I understand that you have a more precise approach when attacking these guys through the legal system. And what I tell people when you get into the activism community, we're the first stop, right? We're not at college yet. We're the first grade teacher that's teaching these guys. This is the First Amendment, nap time, snacks, recess, then your parents pick you up, right? Like we're the ones that introduce them into that community. But every single time a camera needs to be on a cop, every single time. Because you don't know, like, you're not the arbitrator. You don't have the crystal ball that tells you, is this one the good one or the bad one? And a cop can be cool to you. Prime example is that phone call that you had with that piece of shit scumbag Troy. He was happy to sell you any fucking bridge that you wanted to buy in Brooklyn, but he stood by through the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, and lie. Like one of our concerns is that, he's going to end up having himself in contempt of court right off the bat, because he can't tell the whole damn truth, but he is telling the truth about the details in which I needed him to, but no, you're right, Josh. And I mean, and you know what, like what you do, like you're like, most are on this level. Like, there's the people down here that you're protecting. Okay. And then there's like people like me who are climbing that ladder. And then you got the 1A community, and you're like a leader, bro. There's a reason your numbers are so high. There's a reason people, are watching your channel and looking up to, because you're a fucking head of an army, brother. And what you're doing is you have to be real strong to do that.
No.
You have to be real good at it.
In no way is that the case, because I've been watching people long before, you know what I mean? Like all I did is regurgitate what somebody else said. And then I started to incorporate the law more into what I was saying. But the difference is, like, right from get-go, from Jump Street, it was fuck the police. I had an altercation with the cop and my camera was out. Like, what I just want to make sure is that when people watch that video, because you don't know who that's going to reach, you want to make sure every single person knows every single time to film the police, because the one time that you don't could be the one time that it costs you your life. You know what I mean? Like, and it's our rights. If we don't use them, we lose them. We can't cherry pick the Constitution where we say, all right, point A, let's film the cops every time. But point B, it's just, I understand you're saying that call was far before, and I know that you have background with the police, and some of them before your issue used to know, but it's just I was disheartened. I feel better to know the phone call was old, but I was disheartened when I heard that.
Well, and also I want to clarify what was said in that. I mean, you got to listen to it one more time, Josh, because I did say in there, I said every time, it doesn't need to be. I was saying after the cop. Like what I meant is that a lot of times this camera needs to be on the commander or the judge or the prosecutor or the lawyers even. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying when I said that. I didn't mean don't always film cops during cops interactions. I'm saying it's not always cops that need to be filmed. It also is the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? Especially the ones that are that are given the commands. Because I mean, if you watch that video, you don't have to watch it. You posted it for me. The tyrants, that was a prosecutor telling the police to do that. There's a prosecutor. The police just did what the fuck they were told. That's it. The idiots. And that's why it was important to put a camera on a prosecutor. That's why we need guys like you, and other people in this community to do that too. And that's what I meant when I said, I want to bring that back to the community as an activist. I want people in the community to realize that it also needs to be done to them.
Yeah, I'm saying this out of frustration for you, bro. Like, I saw that video with Tiff, I think before anyone else. I think I was one of the first people to speak to you. And I was so pissed off by what happened. I released the video and then I deleted it because we came up with a whole formulated plan where I was so pissed off. I wanted to hit these guys as fucking hard as possible. So, I mean, I'm hurting for you. So, like, I was just mad on behalf of you hearing this fucking phone call. And I was like, no, we need to go back in time, get a fucking time machine. And then I need to fucking speak to these guys and treat them like the piece of shit that they are, especially fucking Troy. He's my pet project now. When I go to
There you
Indiana, it's him 24/7 as Troy.
All right. Good deal. Yeah, Troy, you got Donovan Harrod's a good one too. I'd like to see that. But you know what? When you do, I hope you fucking take me under your wing because I want to do it too with you. You know, like I'm still learning from everybody. That's what, you know, guys, you're not going to be like amazing at this as soon as you start learning law, especially, you know, it starts with constitutional law. When you realize what everybody's saying, especially people like Josh, who's he undershoots himself a little bit with his knowledge. Like, he doesn't like to think that he knows as much as he does. He does. He knows a lot.
Some of us are naturals.
Right. And he actually has a lot of practice. I mean, look at how many videos he's produced. Every one of those is an experience. You know what I'm saying? So, in other words, what I'm getting at is you got to learn from people like that. You could do it from watching videos. You could do it from regurgitating, as Josh said, word for word. Or you can just start checking on everything they said. Or you can go with them.
But listen,
I'd like to go with
activism is
you know.
like AA, right? You take what you need and leave the rest. That's
I like that. Yeah.
That's what it is. Like, and I'm in no, you know, abstract thought of the mind, a leader in this community, because I think this type of community is where we're all standing next to each other, not one behind the other. Today's
Right.
San Joaquin's advice can be tomorrow's DPN's advice. You know what I mean? I think that when people get lost in this, is they get lost in the numbers, who has how many views, how many people have how many subscribers, and based on that information, that should be someone to or to not follow. I think it's important that as long as you have a camera, you know, it's just kind of like pirates. Pirates had it right where the captain was a figurehead in control, but everyone had a say in government, and that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Well, I'd kind of like to reiterate on what Chris said a while ago. As far as like the whole, you know, leadership aspect, you know, I think that all of us auditors are out there doing an amazing job, and we're doing everything that we can at our knowledge level without getting ourselves hurt or put in danger. And I think AJ really hit the nail on the head a while ago whenever she said, you know, just some of us are natural leaders. And what I think is, I think that you're out there shining just a tiny bit brighter, Josh, because you're funny. You're a natural leader. You are, like Chris kind of says, you know, you're shiny skin. But I don't really think that it's just not being on the same level. I just think that it's being more of a natural person to be in a leadership role.
Yeah, people love it. And also, you know, it's also your experience, you know, and
Yes.
I'm saying that not just to Josh, I'm saying that to all of you in the community. The experience level, every time you all go out there and you do one more, that's more experience. And there's a lot of people with hardly any experience that really want to follow in your footsteps. So the people with a lot of experience, you know, they're more likely to be the ones that the people with very little experience are going to shine to.
You know what I say when I get the emails where someone says, "Hey, just want to let you know, I've never seen anything like cop watching or auditing, and somehow you came in the rabbit hole of YouTube, and I watched your channel." You know what I say to them? Go watch Eric Brandt and then get back to me. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm the first stop, you need to watch a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, I think that everybody has, you know, their one person that they look up to in this community. I think
several.
We're several, yes, absolutely. You can have more than one, of course, but I think that everybody just has that group that they look up to, and I mean, everyone's is different. And you know, you have your friends who are like right there that you're contacting all the time. I just think it's
They're
just
your biggest fan, AFA.
personal perception.
And your family, because this is what we've
Yes.
found. We found family in this group. You
Absolutely.
know, we don't have real family, guys. That's part of the problem here. Is our families, you know, here. So what we found, and that's one of the reasons why I do so much respect with Josh. It's one of the reasons is because he did take us in like family, and he shared his family with us, and we're on that every day. Like, that don't stop every day. You know, there's people we say good night to and good morning to. They really are.
And just a break from the seriousness, it helps that Josh is with BANANER.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. I just designated her
Just
as
saying.
one of my mentors.
Thanks for bringing that up, because we broke up like 3 hours ago, so that was good
No,
time.
you didn't.
Yes, we did.
That's
No
that
way.
Yeah, no, she had the balls to go live at the same time as me, so we cut it down. We shut it down.
So in other words, you have bananas.
Hey, she just happened
I know
to
where
pop
you
in the
live. I'm
room.
coming for you.
Right? Like, dude, you don't want to do that, man. You're gonna have big problems out here, dog.
I'd be like, don't divide us like that, bro. Come on.
Now that I'm starting to have
No,
like a lot of other.
the breakup isn't what got me. When he said, she went on live when I did, that's when I'm like, so no.
Now that I'm starting to
Are
have
you
like a
afraid?
whole lot of people.
I mean,
Yeah, right.
I hardly had
gonna
anybody
steal
that
all
I
your
was really
peoples?
sub to and stuff before, but now that I'm starting to have more connection, like I'm meeting more people and subbing to more channels and stuff, I'm starting to realize how freaking complicated it is for us to like find the right window to do it without interfering here. I mean, now I totally
Look,
get what
hey,
those delay rates are.
listen. I'll explain it to you real quick, Chris. No problem. So when I started the channel, me and Road Dog, we sat down and we thought about it, and we're like, hey, what day should we go? What time should we go? Because this person usually goes at this time. And back when we started this, you had people like Epic Cop Watch, you had Slow Burner, you had Hippie Auditor, you had Authority Check, you had, just in the community, you had all these different panels going on, like right around the same time. And we try to work everything out around all these other panels. And finally, I got to the point where I said, fuck it. We're setting a time, we're setting days, and we're going. I don't give a fuck who's live. Screw
Well,
it.
hell, man, you might get broke up with if you do it to the wrong people.
so then they weren't supposed to be there.
Panels have kind of like fucked up everything, because the way that activism used to go, pre-panels is you only went live for an emergency. So if you see, so that way, it limited the chances of you crossing with somebody else, because if someone went live, it was important. You know what I mean? Like I'd make sure I left notifications on.
That's
that's
a
part of the
tool,
reason
man, for us to utilize too, for real.
That's part of the reason why if we see somebody we know go live during our show, they're out on a cop watch or something, we try to bring them up and mirror them if we know they're okay with it.
Oh, for sure.
This way we can keep an eye on them and make sure they're safe. And Toe and I, we both have multiple screens, so we're actually watching several people's lives or panels at the same
You
time.
guys are great about
Yeah,
that.
we mirror Chuck Bronson all the time, because it seems like as soon as I hit the live button, like 5 minutes later, Chuck's watching me and he's like, watch this, motherfuckers. And he goes,
Another thing, like Chuck's always on, he goes on. So like you would never know unless you're, but you know what we do? We like, because it's two of us and we also have a TV. What we'll do sometimes is we see some notification, we fire it up and take a look for a minute, and then, we might shut it off if nothing's going on and watch it later or whatever, But
Yeah,
we
if you
try
see
to
Chuck
keep up.
Bronson come up in the queue, just to let you know, he has 1,000 videos. 900 are called Bait Car. The other 100 are called Dirty Cop.
Yeah.
And he has another one called Toe for Life, the checks in the mail, step kid.
Yeah. Don't be talking about my stepdaddy out here, man.
Oh, my bad. I confused Chuck Bronson with Big Man. My bad.
Where is Big Man? Oh, I know. He's not here.
He's actually
probably at work.
He sent me a message that he was out driving around jamming the music. I didn't know what that meant, but okay.
Driving
He did that to me.
Oh, I just got a message, just to let you guys know. I just got a message, and the nanner said that, yes, let everybody know that she broke up with Josh. Just saying.
Probably. Just now, probably.
See, listen, y'all, no,
he called her and was like, babe, you got to cover me, babe. AJ, she's on me. You better cover me.
subscribers don't matter until this. Whoever has the largest audience is telling you the truth. So just remember, if she has 600 subs, she tells you the sky's blue, and I have 75,000, and I tell you the sky's purple, the sky is fucking purple.
All I know is you better send her some more pictures of some Chinese food, man, to make up for it.
Yeah, she's all set.
I listen to my mentor, and that's NC Tyrant Hunter, family for life. Just saying.
Yeah, we all have mentors.
And Chuck Bronson. I mean,
Who's
Chuck
this
Bronson.
from?
My hero is that big man audits guy.
Oh yeah, that's Big Man for sure.
That's Big
You
Man.
can tell because he's a noob. He forgot to shut off his YouTube before he came up.
You don't know shit. I heard my name had to come up.
Will people stop texting me while I'm on panel? Jeez. Fucking live here, y'all.
That wasn't me. That was I was taking up for you, but Toe was talking shit, saying you was like Chuck Bronson and shit. But I was telling him to knock it off.
No, I didn't.
Oh man, now you just lying.
Guys, I love how this is getting into so much fun, but I think Mr. Wilson had one more question. Did Mr. Wilson?
yeah, I was actually getting ready to say that. I think he had one more question.
Yeah, we were still on number 4 actually, because I said, who are the 3 people who have been most influential to you?
I'm glad you said 3 because there's
There's a lot more. I'm just sort of thinking of categorizing mine in order as far as timeline. And for me, it would have to be these 2 fellers up here in the left-hand corner of your screen, Road Dogs Media and Toe for Life.
Oh, stop it. You're going to make me cry. Don't say that.
Oh, don't be tearing up. I've been fighting it all night. That's not allowed. But yeah, with you guys, we appreciate you guys. Actually, we love all of y'all here. I sort of categorize things in my memory, timeline-wise. And, you know, we got 1, 2, and 3 up there for me.
I'll tell you why, guys. You know, she's been damned by the Department of Child Services, the whole deal. You know, that's a whole nother legal entity. And, you know, that's like a very specific group of community who advocate in that realm. You know, so she, you know, I mean, to say that it's been tough for us together to find people that were worried and cared about what we went through with the raid, that's got really nothing on how difficult it's been for her to get people that care about what happened with their kids, you know. And you two stepped right straight up and you've been all over it, you know, and that's, you know, that's been huge.
She has a whole community she don't even know of yet, though.
Oh, she's
does.
feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love all of you guys. I mean, I can't think of, you know, really a single time that I asked any specific person for help that they weren't like right there, being like, I've got you, just give me a second to take care of whatever I'm doing, or sometimes just tell me or talk to me while they're handling their lives. And, you know, you guys will never know how much you each mean to me.
Now, I just want to say this is because we're talking about the question being mentors. I want you to know all of this talk we're talking about, this is just for us to be able to relate, to be able to say this part. Our intention is to get really good at this.
Oh, yeah.
And to do it for everyone else. Like, that's what we're in it for, you know? That's what it is. We're in it to find whatever we can do because we owe it back. You know, we're paying it back. That's what we want to do.
Hey, Chris and Tiff.
Sir, what's up, big man? Or is it who are we talking to?
It's big man. My advice to you guys is to watch out for fakes. There's so many people that claim, you know, they're in the 1A community. You know, there's so many people that are infiltrating and for the wrong reasons and shit like that. So just keep your head on a swivel when you're watching somebody, you know, and ask people like Josh or me or Road or Toe or Heather who this person is and what they're about, you know, before you go and interact with these people.
Yeah. Well, what we're in is that a lot of people are kind of, you know, like, because we're young, you know, we don't even have much content, much less much of a channel source. So right now what's happening is people are coming out of the woodwork and all of it's helpful no matter what, you know, it's all helpful. Anybody who comes out to try to do anything that will make it just a little bit better, a little bit stronger and a little bit more solid, you know, we're accepting that because that's like amazing for us. So like we could not be more grateful for that from everyone. And you know what I mean?
Hit him with the names, big man.
Right.
I didn't hear AFA. What?
Hit him with the names. I'll throw 2 out there real quick. AC Joe Cool. Trolls under an activism cloak. Who do you got, big man?
ASMR, you know, you can't put audits and in your name and then try to turn around and talk shit. And also, I'm going to put this name out on Front Street right now. There's a channel, Legalize Drugs. it got posted. Rogue Nation caught legalized drugs on a panel, being a turncoat. So if you watch legalized drugs, unsub immediately.
You know that shit like this. The problems are going to be in every single community, everywhere, everything. You know, like people, the people that don't know what's up with cops, they're saying bad apple. That's what they're trying to talk about. Like, we got bad apples too. You know, everyone's got bad apples here and there. But, you know, being infiltrated is a different story, which we're trying to say we believe law enforcement is infiltrated. But as far as bad apples go, man, that's real. You know, that's why people come up with that term. It's going to be everywhere. You know, now,
Let's start excommunicating.
I do want to say that this is me personally talking, out of my heart right now. Like, I love everybody. All right. Now, I'm not saying I love every single person the same, but I appreciate everybody in this community. And my goal, this is my goal. This is my personal goal. I don't really give a fuck about drama. I do give a fuck about boundaries. And believe me, I will always have boundaries. It just determines on a person's behavior and their actions on where I'll set them. They might be way the hell up here. You hardly ever reach them, but some of them are going to be right there. And when you reach them, I know how to stop. I can cut people off,
You got to watch out for that NC Tyrant Hunter guy, though.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
Right?
I'll tell you, man. That dude will bam you right to your face. Like,
right? Yeah, man. He don't mind throwing that bam at all.
And let me throw a shameless plug out there. If you don't know, next time you're out on the cop watch and you throw up the bam and you flip the police off and throw the bam up and you send that video to NC Tyrant Hunter, he will highlight you on his channel. Just saying. Shameless plug.
Now, I think he was trying to also say, I watched a little bit of this earlier. He's also trying to tell you to be aware of your state laws on that, because this is protected in case law. But the words "fuck you, asshole, you son of a bitch" might not be in some states. So you got to watch how you do it, But no,
Oh, and that kind of reminds me. I was going to tell you guys, whenever Chris took the avenue of starting to learn his rights, I was completely over in right field saying, no, I'm going to learn state laws. So, I'm a little bit behind all y'all, but I know Indiana state law pretty darn well.
She was digging deep as hell into learning law, and I was digging into Constitution. It's like my avenue was way easier than hers. And then I was telling her, I was like, that ain't going to matter, babe. It ain't going to matter because you're fucking First Amendment. I promise, But yeah,
right.
Well,
We got to send her a lifetime supply of Tylenol. Fact, we have to.
Right.
I'm going to Amazon Prime it to her tomorrow.
Mr. Wilson, you had
Thank
one more
you,
question.
M-Star.
Yeah, one more question for official misconduct and for public safety. Go ahead, buddy.
Yes, I did. It's one question that I would ask anybody. What does freedom mean to you?
Good question.
You have a lot of good questions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Where was you at earlier, bro? I'd have kicked MLH out of here a long time ago.
We could have revolved the whole show around these 5 questions. You want to go, babe?
I know exactly what it is, but I'm trying to think of the appropriate way to vocalize my feelings. And, I struggle with that sometimes.
Right.
Well, I'll start while she's thinking of a way to put it out there. You all know me. I don't give a fuck talking people without even thinking about it.
You'll talk in circles till you get to the point. We know you.
No, I mean,
maybe
it's
not like
pretty easy.
MLH though. MLH can talk a tick off a rhino's ass.
Right there with you, though. I can't make fun of MLH because I'm right there too. All right, look, here's what I think. Ever since I have indulged in this constitutional stuff, like, I've become such a strong believer in it that I think it's kind of just become like what I stand for, constitutionalist. So what I'm saying to answer that is, if our Constitution were being respected and abided by as the terms agreements, I believe that would be quite fitting as what you are going to call freedom, because man, it's beautiful, you know, and it allows for the other side, you know, for like the bad guys to also still be, you know, separated from the people who are doing law. So I mean, the legal system itself is not the bad part. That's not, in my opinion, that's not the thing that's fucked up. You know, what's fucked up is the people that are supposed to be doing it aren't doing it right. They're actually breaking them. You know, so I think freedom would be as if
Hey, Toll, hold that there for a second.
as it was intended.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was trying to let Tono leave that up for a second.
Yeah, I'm leaving it up till Josh acknowledges that he sees it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, email me. You can email me at theafacrew@gmail.com. If you send your emails there, I'll check it out.
Apparently, Leonard wants us to slap someone and turn this into the Jerry Springer show. So,
Yeah, come here, AFA.
Tiff will answer what she thinks freedom's all about.
Freedom for me would be being able to live your life and raise your children without asshole government entities trying to intrude. Unless there is a need for you, they need to stay the fuck away.
Right.
So that's my freedom. I mean, I'm sure that's maybe possibly everybody else's, but you know, I'm so over them at this point that I just think unless they have a reason to be here, don't fucking come here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have a different answer to that question. That's like it's one of them questions. Everybody's just got something different to say about it. You know, It's like with me, you know, with the Little Ridge Farm going and stuff, you know, trying to get that all started up from scratch with my child. I mean, that's freedom to me. You know, we live in a tiny home. We're going to start raising our own food. And my monthly, you know, I pay $100 a month in electric bill, and that's the only bill I have other than my taxes.
Yeah.
I love
kind of working our way in that direction before all this happened. We kind of got certain things on hold. But
Hey, Chris, do you remember the Man Show?
The Man Show.
The Man Show, hosted with Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla.
Yes,
and
I remember that.
At the end of every show, they would drink beer and cut to girls jumping on trampolines.
I remember.
Freedom.
Is that your freedom, Josh?
Freedom.
I like that.
Every day before I go to sleep or I wake up or I'm about to fill a cup, I want Jimmy Kimmel to say, "Now girls jumping on trampolines."
How about the you remember what was that Adam Sandler movie, Happy Madison, where like he would go into his happy place and there'd be like midget riding bicycles and stuff? I'm sure that's probably somebody's freedom place.
I will forgive the fact that you just combined Happy Gilmore with Billy Madison.
with
And-
chicks jumping on trampolines.
Right.
I don't even know if I mentally want to even go there. Like,
Midgets on bicycles and bunny rabbits drinking beer. Yeah, that's freedom.
Yeah.
Cartoons in the 80s.
All right, guys. Well, those were my questions. I know they're a little different than probably everybody else would ask you. You know, everybody else is going to chisel at you about, you know, the legals and everything like that. But mine were just a little bit different, and I think it was just a little more unique, you know?
Yeah, they were fun to answer too. Like,
very good questions.
it helped us be able to express what we, you know, what we want out of everything. Appreciate that.
Well, that's what I was going for.
Yeah.
And it kind of helps everybody else get a little bit of understanding, like where you're at too on that.
Well, I hope our answers, you know, were understandable for that, you know.
Well, they were understandable enough for me.
Good.
Yeah, because I'm notorious for mixing up my vocabulary and making much sense, especially when I'm trying to explain something from our personal lives and situations.
Me too.
Right. Hey, I love you guys, and I love watching your content when you get on. And even though I am at a gas pump and the gas guy says, "Hey, that's public safety," it's by hearing your voice, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure that's AFA's fault for having me on his panels.
We love and appreciate you too.
Yeah,
Thanks
man,
for
we
coming
love
on
you.
Here.
You're great support too. You've been awesome for us, like right there every time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm not a big auditor or nothing like that. I'm just here to follow along with everybody. I met Road Dog and we just kind of hit it off. And then it was like, I'm in there with Toe for Life and everybody. And I support everybody that does their job and they do it great. I don't live in that type of a community to where I have a whole lot of problems like that.
Well,
But
that's
I'm sure
good.
it'll happen sooner or later to somebody.
Yeah, they're trying to make all communities at least like, that's what's up.
And what you're doing is really
But-
important too. I think all of us should learn how to do it.
Well, we all need people like you because you're
Yeah.
dedicated too. Whether whether you're out there holding the camera or not, you're dedicated. You're right here in this community everywhere. I see you in almost everywhere I go in here.
Yeah, I'm in here as much as I can be. I'm part of that family. So
there you go, man.
If you guys think about it, the first step to auditing, right, is the police in the street, because there won't be a court case. You know what I'm saying? There wouldn't be a judge if you weren't arrested by the people on the street or by the tyrants on the street, right?
Well, yeah, in that case, yeah.
None of that stuff. You guys wouldn't be going through the stuff that you're going through without a cop violating your rights and doing what they did. Regardless whether they're taking an order from a DA, whether they're taking an order from a judge, a lieutenant, sergeant, what have you. At the end of the day, they have that right to step up to their superior and stop it.
Yes,
and if they choose
from a
not
constitutional
to,
aspect, they do.
right?
Yeah.
Everybody has, in your mind, if somebody tells you to do something, you yourself have that authority to say, no, I'm not doing that. That's not right.
Hang on 1 second, big man.
Yeah, you turn your camera off.
Whoever's Paul, yeah.
What?
All right, you're good.
So, I
I know
don't.
who that is. I know who that is.
Who is it?
That's,
no, it's
Paulie
my fucking
Crispy, I
co-host.
think.
It's my co-host.
What's up, Josh?
How'd you find me here, you bootlicking?
Anna.
Sorry,
Damn.
big man. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother, but I just
No, you're good.
before Road Dog just threw somebody up, I wanted to make sure I seen their face.
But
Yeah, we're listening, big man. You're saying that without the cops, then they wouldn't have got they could have the command. In other words, by honoring their own. Go ahead.
He's talking about a county over on their side, right?
yeah, they didn't have, any of those cops.
Uh-oh.
Oh, lost audio.
Yeah, we lost big man's audio.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh yeah, we can't hear him. The whole world's gonna suffer. Chris,
Can you
what
hear
I'm
me?
trying to say is that shit rolls downhill, right? So if shit rolls downhill, the collective large amounts of shit is gonna roll downhill into those cops in the street. So I think that's why we start there and then work our way right back up. We
I
can
see
take out
that.
the power structure that know what they're doing, but ignorance of the law is not an excuse to fucking cop-splain your way into beating someone.
I think Heather got your answer, AFA.
I
Right
want to
there.
throw something in there on it though. Like I want to say this too. Here, I'm going to give an example and then say why I'm saying this. We've got one video called "Honor Your Oath," and what happened in that video was that the police actually did listen to us because we've been videoing and stuff, and there's been hits.
All right.
And they were
My drink?
we were like, dude, we're gonna expect our Constitution to be, respected
Oh,
here.
you're good.
So we told him that, and then the cop actually was trying his ass off, and he went under with us and tried to get us our open records, protecting our Constitution. In that moment, he was, it really was, And the judge called him on his phone like 10 times and said, "No, man, two different judges were telling that cop, no, you're not getting away with that." So dude honoring his oath, and the judges were telling him no. And here's the deal with that. Just like the cops, they are told to do it. There is written them to do it. They are supposed to do it, but sometimes they don't. Most of the time they don't.
The cops have
right?
guns and taser. All they had to do is tase their partner, handcuff their partner, all the same tools they use to break you. I don't take that shit. You know, like they understand when they take an oath, they're defending the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't care if it's 6 months of training, how big of an idiot you are. I mean, you know that if someone's breaking someone's back, it's not lawful. Like, I don't care what a judge says or anybody else. They're worse than the person that's putting hands on because they're watching it happen.
Yeah.
There's never an excuse. What's his name? Troy? Troy is the biggest dickhead in America right now.
Yeah, you do realize I blasted his ass, you know. Like, I agree with you, Josh. All of them are dickheads, man, that did this to us, you know. They're all dickheads that did this to us. But I just wanted to say, you know, as far as the reason why I wanted to sort of, you know, get more cameras on, like, the prosecutors and the judges and stuff. And I know it's not normal. I know it's not going to be like everybody's right. But I think it's important that some of us get that on them, because they are fucking causing so much problem. You know, and I get it. We got to take one foot in front of the other. But you know what, man? This is a good army. We're doing good. Like, you guys are making progress. And I want to be a guy who just takes one step into another world along with it, even though it's a risk. I want to. Like, I want to go to prosecutors and say, do your job, man. The world is watching. Do it. You don't want to. I'm sorry, but I want to.
Yeah, but you have to really take into consideration is how many people are actually going to be presented with the opportunity to go in there and look at the prosecutor and say,
yeah, there ain't very many people.
So, I mean, I think it just depends upon a unique situation.
Yeah, we're utilizing, you're right, big man. We are utilizing our own case right now. But you all also are people that get reached out to from victims in other scenarios in which you are allowed to grieve for them too. You're allowed to express your grievances for other people too, if you have witnessed it, which means if you've seen anything that's legitimate evidence to another scenario where a judge or a prosecutor or a governor or a liaison of any sort, you got a grievance on them, we can go in and do that grievance. So there are windows to get into different realm of officials than just police. There are. Like, I plan on doing it still. I'm going to find a way. I mean, I'm persistent. There's one thing about me.
He is that.
I'm going to find a way in all them doors, man. And I'll do it to cops along the way, I promise.
Can you guys hear me again?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately.
Happy to have you back.
Technical difficulties.
Right. I was letting you up.
That's when you try and stream from Cricket Wireless, big man.
Yes, Cricket still exists. No, AT&T, man. I'm surprised I was surprised my audio went out, but it's at full bars. Yeah, but yeah, the main thing I was just trying to say, you know, is auditing starts from cop watching. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta get the shit on. You gotta uncover the shit on the streets before you can uncover the shit within, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because without the cops on the street, there ain't no shit within. I mean, you know, which is why, you know, Josh said always record the cops, no matter what you're doing, no matter what they're doing. If they're just sitting in a parking lot, if they're just sitting in a parking lot, just sitting there doing nothing, they're wasting our money, taxpayer money.
Yep.
Record them, walk up to them and ask them, like, you know, are you writing a report? What are you doing? Like,
You look suspicious.
Yeah, but John, you got to look at it like this: what business, what professional high-level business, successful business, would not have people walking around with the clipboard and the camera in the ceiling, looking at employees as they're working to make sure that they're doing it right. What in what world do you not have to have people maintaining standards?
You don't.
Well, strip clubs for sure. They
Yeah,
really need to
strip
maintain
They got
standards. We all
Yeah.
suffer.
At least the ones you go to.
Yeah, I've like, you know, when you go into the bathroom, like pretty much like a Macy's, and it says like a checkoff list for who's like made sure everything is in working order. Like
Yeah.
Manuel normally makes sure I think that there needs to be a Manuel at every strip club in America to make sure the strippers are in working order.
Well, I mean, hell, the strip club here, man. Like, you see the owner, she'll walk around. She walks around all night long. You know, just
Yeah,
like
but
pretty
she's
much
trying to give
walking
lap
around.
dances to people.
Yeah,
Well,
she's
there
trying to
needs
give
to be
lap
a
dances.
manual. There needs to be a manual on every single block of every single street in every single town under every jurisdiction, watching everything that happens.
Right? Because you can't, you know, my favorite line from all cops is, but we've got body cams. Okay, you also have the power to manipulate those cams, mute those cams, turn those cameras off, and alter those cams. So nobody trusts you. Nobody trusts your damn cameras.
Yeah, they come. You know, the problem is you guys are always saying, you know, well, you know, I can FOIA that, but let's be honest, that shit comes up missing. That's why you videotape. That's your account of what
People
Well,
happened.
not only
texting
that,
me
but
when
like
I'm live. Damn it!
a lot of people with experience might have the process figured out to go get that footage, you know, to do FOIA and open records. But man, I tell you, the average person, you know, they might be like trying to go get something open record, and I guarantee you, they ain't going to be able to get shit the way these sons of bitches hide everything. And that's it when it is available.
Right.
They just don't know how to force to get it. You
Well,
know?
and another thing, like whenever I was asking for records and stuff, they were trying to charge me a ridiculous amount of money until I found out that they're not allowed to do that. And that stopped me from getting a lot of my records from the get. So,
Bam.
Who the fuck is playing Mario?
God damn.
Hey, look,
who keeps texting you, Toe? What the fuck, man?
I suck at this fucking game.
Tell these motherfuckers to stop texting you, man. What the fuck is going
I
on?
wonder if he's actually playing Mario Brothers.
I know, that's what I
Damn.
thought. That's what I thought.
I mean, all that fucking noise, dude. I mean, you got a show going. Who the fuck keeps texting you?
be professional,
What the
man.
Jesus?
The worst part is he keeps fucking dying, dude. Aren't you any good at this?
Yeah, I suck at this game.
No,
I got cheats if you need them. Okay.
I keep saying I'm going to take up a collection to get him Mario Brother training, so they can teach him how to play Mario.
I mean,
probably a 3-year-old to teach.
I was going
let's
to
be
say,
honest.
get a bunch of kids to go hang out with him. They'll figure it out.
He went to level 3 and got all the infinite, you know, men anyway. You know, when you do the
Yeah,
little mushrooms.
right.
So
Just jump on them turtles.
That's
Fuck
why I
them
keep-
turtles up. That's all you got to do. Fuck them
it.
turtles up.
All I had to say to that is, oh Jeff, just wait until you go live again.
I didn't do
He's
nothing.
probably going to be
today.
smart and turn his notifications off.
I didn't do shit, man. Don't blame that shit on me, cuz.
Oh, you did it, Jeff. You did it. Stop playing.
I did actually. But no, I come up here
And the
to
best part of them all is I sat there and did it, and I said it wasn't me.
Right.
It's probably NC texting him over and over so he can give him shit on the.
It's exactly what I was doing. Hey, for public safety, have you what kind of equipment do you have? You got
Dude, I'm a baby. I got a couple GoPro, you know, things, and then
This is the highest
Our new
technology that we've got
Yeah.
right here.
our new
Right.
phones, and then I'll tell you one of our favorite things. Now, I mean, we're definitely gonna have to build way up, but one of our favorite devices is our backup. We've got some. You can wear them, you can put them on your keychain, but they're just audio recording. Those recordings that you guys watched in the last couple of videos I put together, that's all that was. It's a little USB recorder you can fit on your keychain or wear it on a necklace. So
that's
that
cool.
thing actually, man, it's a good backup because you know, they're looking for what you're holding right in their face. You know, your GoPro's on your chest. You know, you can have one on your head and on your chest. She can wear 3 of them. I can wear 5. It don't matter. You can have somebody standing back with a tripod, big, you know, news media camera.
But you know what though? They don't care. We all know it don't make a fuck if you got the biggest camera like Pepperoni Audits out there. You know, the biggest fucking news camera that you can buy. They're still gonna fuck up. They're still gonna do what they do, man. They don't care because they can get away with it.
Well, Jeff actually come up here to actually buy you new equipment. He wanted to buy you new equipment. Go ahead.
No, actually, there's some truth to that. I was gonna send him a brand new camcorder if he didn't have one.
Look at that.
No,
look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
look at that.
absolutely.
See, Jeff's
absolutely.
Jeff's a stand-up guy. He's a stand-up guy.
Yeah,
he's like the Oprah of the activism community.
Yeah, right. Don't look at don't look up under your chairs because there's nothing there. Okay, that's what Oprah does. No, just send me an email at nctiger100@gmail.com and I'll get you a brand new camcorder out.
Oh, dude, man, I love you for that. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
man. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be one of them $500, $800 cameras, but it'll be a camera you can use.
Yes, sir. Look, here's what I'm going to promise you. I promise you we'll use it for what we're doing right now. I
Right on.
promise you it'll get put to good use.
Yeah, like he's not planning on using it in the bedroom or anything.
Yeah, right. Well, if you do,
Don't let him know.
wait.
I might use it in the bedroom, but I
If
will
you
use
do,
it for
just
the
change
good
the.
things.
You got to change the SD card if you do, man. I'm just saying.
Let's just put it out there right now that for it to go from 0 to 100 real quick, you know that there's been video. The bedroom has been audited. Paulie, is it fair enough to say?
Yep.
You got to promise me. You got to promise me one more thing that you use it recording. You know all these tyrants out there, and you got to promise me that when they try to violate your rights, you will throw that BAM out there and say you got to say BAM, and I will and you send it to me and I'll put it on my channel for sure.
I'll tell you what I'll do. When I get it, the first thing I'll do is make sure you get a BAM or two.
There you go. That'll
I'm
work.
not gonna say what I have planned next time it happens, but I'll make sure I add that in with it.
There you go. That's all I ask.
I just got a question.
Yeah.
How many subs do you got, and how many subs does AFA got?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even count mine. I don't even look at mine, but I think it's like 94,000 or something like that.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Damn, Chris and Tiff, you guys are lucky. I can't even get him to send me a free T-shirt. No.
I know, man. I don't know what the
Well,
hell
T-shirts
happened
are
to it, dude. He must be feeling
That's
older
because
or
they
something.
don't make fucking 5XLs.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
that's
yes, they
fucked
do.
up. That's fucked up.
Yes, they do. I got them.
You know what? You know what? I'm about to BAM you right now, motherfucker.
Bam me, motherfucker. Hey, I'll bam you back. Shit.
I'll talk to AFA. That's fucked up.
Chris, I'm telling you one thing. If Jeff was going to make you a T-shirt, he'd have to cut up a picnic fucking blanket.
Hey, whatever works, baby. Whatever works. I know I'm fat, baby. You ain't got to tell everybody. I'll tell them.
I'm telling Big
for
Man.
you.
If Big Man's going to get a Jeff NC T-shirt, he's going to have to cut up a whole down comforter.
They make. Hey, I get 5Xs. If you get a comfort tee, they do come in 5X because I got
damn
several.
Shade
I got
Tree,
several.
boy, that motherfucker came quick, didn't it?
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
Dude, that motherfucker hit me with a bus and I felt every fucking tire.
I ordered my entire 100 a few weeks ago and still ain't seen it.
Yeah, it takes a little bit, man. They slow. They don't get them there in no hurry. That's for damn sure.
We don't do the shipping. It's that store that does the
Yeah, I have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I know.
I design them and that's it. They fucking just take their sweet ass time getting them out. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get them.
I started. I think it took me about 2 weeks to get my cup, and then like a day or two later, I got the shirt.
I think it took like 3 weeks for me to get my cup and my shirt.
Right.
I'll probably get my shirts and everything from Road Dog quicker.
Right. Well,
probably.
Okay. Well, I don't have nothing to do with that. You rubbing that shit in my face or what?
Not getting cool shit given to them from everybody.
Yeah, right. Well, damn, you just free motherfucker. Wait on it. Shit. I mean,
Hey,
come on.
stop everybody for 1 minute. Would you all do me a favor? I want to give this back to what you guys just gave me. It just occurred to me. Like my brain, while you all were having fun cutting up, like I just had this overwhelming feeling. I looked at this panel and all the names, and over here, you know, and the mods and the comments, and it just overwhelmed me for a minute. And I thought, what a fucking awesome panel of great people. I mean that, like for real.
Look at you. You trying to get another free camera or something, dude? Come
Get
on.
another camera. Cameras for everyone.
Jesus.
You get a camera. You get a camera.
No, hey, listen. All of us here appreciate what you said, and they are some awesome people on this panel. And I'm not just talking about myself. I mean, look at the names you got up here. You and the ones you got up here really care about the other people that's up here.
Yes,
it's not just about me, right? It's not about me. It's about you. And that's what I love about it.
Yeah, we all care about you.
That's absolutely
I
right.
mean, I kick up in the butt daily because I don't have enough time to get in everyone's live and to watch everyone's videos because I want to be able to be there and throw some comments out and give some support. But I just right now I don't have time.
You're never going to be able to go in everybody's live at every single time. And people got to understand that, you know. Then you've got some people's live streams that the chat's going by so fast that by time you get done typing what you were going to type, that comment's probably already 50 comments away. You know, so if somebody gets mad because you don't say hi or you didn't see what they said or anything like that, then screw them.
You don't need to watch them anyway.
You gotta try now.
Go ahead, Josh.
No, I'm saying fuck people get like that. I tell people they'll send me an email that's like 9 paragraphs long. I said hi, you didn't answer it. I'm fighting cops that are trying to tase me and arrest me. I'm paying attention
or a super chat. Yeah, or I had a guy and his name is Omaha. He called me a racist because he didn't hear his name being called out. He went live and called me a racist, and I hollered his name out every time he donated.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the truth of the matter is that
That's a true story.
I'm starting to learn too. We don't even. I mean, you're going to live any kind of real life at all along with doing this because this is life now. This group is life. And even in just that life alone, there ain't no way you could make time to watch everybody's videos.
No, you can't. There's no way.
You can't.
I'm subscribed to probably 2,000 people. There's no way I can watch them all.
Yeah. So we can't be getting shitty with each other because you didn't watch the video or didn't comment. I mean, it's fucking bad.
I don't know. I feel like I should have been a little bit rougher on AFA earlier whenever I texted him a message.
Yeah, you got to slap him around a little bit.
You still should. Go ahead. You got time.
Listen, if you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to reach out. We enjoy the feedback. You can send any of your emails to Paulie Crispy. By the way, I'm Scott called you my sidekick. I just wanted to point that out. So.
Your hate mail is abundant. I can tell you that right now.
That's why he's sending it all your way, Paulie.
You know,
that's probably why he answered me so fast. He was like, damn.
I gave up the AFA crew email address because my primary email address just gets way too much hate. So now I'm starting to just only good mail can go to one email address. The other
he's subcontracting out. He's subcontracting out.
I'll bet you I was probably like the only real cool guy email like thanking him or something, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta fucking answer that."
No, I select them at random, whether it's a hate mail. The hate mails are fun because I'll normally take the email address, post it online, and say I'd really like to thank this person for sending me $100 PayPal. So that way they can have a great job.
No. Tell them the truth, Josh. Here's the template that he has me handing out to all this hate mail. Dear peasants, I don't care. That's how it starts. Dear peasants.
Why do I feel like that there's going to be a whole prank return email show coming up.
No, listen, Johnny 5-0 got it pretty good tonight. So fucking, we're taking me and Denver Metro Audits are taking a couple days off.
Yeah, you deserve it, man. Y'all been busting your ass.
Just saying, Jeff, if you get any random calls from a number you don't know, definitely pick up.
Right. I don't do. If that fucker ain't in my phone already, then my phone does not get answered. I'm just saying.
I think.
Well, just to go ahead and let you know, if you do attempt to call me, I am an asshole to any number that I don't know.
Oh hell yeah!
You probably
Johnny 5-0 is.
You'd be like, I don't give a fuck what you're selling. Goodbye.
Yeah, right. Like, hello, what?
We
Like,
called
I get on the
Johnny
deep voice.
5-0. We called Johnny 5-0 as the Santa Barbara Citizen Compliance Department for the Oversight Committee of Police, and he was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, we investigate any issues where there could be police misconduct." He's like, "Well, that's in the court." I was like, "Sir, you need to stop being pesky. Were you that pesky during your arrest?"
What?
I mean, at the end, he took it well, obviously.
I think Freeman was on to you though. I think he was on to you from get go.
Yeah.
He could have been.
Yeah, but he probably didn't know who it was, so it was still just as good though.
Big Nick took it hook, line, and sinker. We got him earlier today, and he fucking smoked it.
I ain't seen that one yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check them out.
All I know is that everybody that I've seen so far, they've been all of them were good sports, man. It was cool.
I'll tell you why I didn't do Jeff, because it wouldn't have got far. I would have called NC, and me and Denver Metro would have done whatever shtick we were doing. And I'd be like, "Well, fuck you, stupid motherfucker," and he'd hang up the phone.
Bam.
Oh yeah, I would have. You know what? I'd probably recorded it and played it on my fucking channel because I would have kept on. I would have probably kept on with you and had you on the line for at least 45 minutes because I'm country. I talk really slow. So I would be like, "Dude, what'd you say? Can you speak up, sir?" I'd have had y'all hooked.
Josh, is that the 1A community equivalent to that Chinese thing we were talking about doing?
Oh, we set up
a Chinese restaurant with another Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, Ownage Pranks. We set up like DMAFA, so we've been calling every single activist in existence, and some of them have not taken it well at all. Blind Justice. We called Blind Justice. Oh, we called KDOT. He didn't answer. We had a great premise that we were calling smaller channels. We were with the KKK, and we were calling to offer advertisement $10,000 up front. And I will say that there's an activist who is not going to be painted very well, who took it immediately. He's like, "Well, I'm not really down with the KKK, but I can use the money. So yeah, we can do something."
Why did you do that? Why did you do that in your country voice? Why did you do that?
I did. It's how you doing? My name's Wilmer, and I'm the Grand Dragon of the KKK located in Kentucky. And we're reaching out to smaller channels. The pesky blacks are getting ahead of the game, and we need to get some advertisements. We're offering $10,000 cash up front. He was like, "Really?"
Hell yeah.
Josh, don't lie. Don't lie. That's not the name you gave. You said, "Yeah, my name is Jeff. I got a channel."
He started calling people Bo and Cuz.
Yeah. What? Hey, y'all work over yonder somewhere? I mean, we'll make it happen. We'll send you the money right now, really quick.
Josh threw a couple bams in there. He's like, "Bam, bam."
Just so y'all know, we don't like them. They're blacks. Bam.
Right.
Well, I don't know, but I'd like to throw out there for you guys that if I get all of the money from the texts that I've received from all of these sugar daddies, like I'm going to
really?
So I'm really waiting on my check or my PayPal to be loaded up.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot of people promising sugar daddy position. I'm
Oh,
like,
we can do that. I mean, Paulie and I are shameless enough that
yes, absolutely we are.
We can
I'll
work.
send them some feet pics. You know?
We'll fucking sign up for that.
I got some fat rolls I can throw in there for free.
I got some
just to get them hook, line, and sinker.
Hey, Paulie, we know just the guy. He's already solicited pictures of feet, so I think we have just the guy.
I got some man boobs I can throw in there for a couple dollars. I mean,
I thought you was country. Them's called moobs.
Oh yeah, right. Well, mine are too big to be that. Mine is called titties. I'm just saying.
Titties.
One other thing before I completely forget about it. So I went to an interview. It was Saturday, right?
Yeah, the other day, yes.
And it was 2 parts that I had to go through. So in first part, they were telling me, you know, the specific set of hours that I had to do. Completely not going to work with my schedule. And then he threw in there that we had to work like part of a day Saturday. I was like, nope, hell no, not going to happen. But me being me, it's really hard for me to say, no, I'm not going to take it. Well, I found an easy way out of those jobs. All you have to do is whenever they ask you, you know, what is, you know, what's really going to make you stand apart from everyone else? And, you know, I threw out there for him, I'm really good at communicating with people. I said, especially since I'm having to go into the courthouse and, you know, I've started auditing and, you know, we had the SWAT raid is what started this. I was like, you won't believe it. A SWAT raid. I was like, bam, just busting our front door.
She started telling about all our legal shit we've been going through. They were like, oh, no, you're fucking fired for getting hired.
Listen,
Right. Tell him
You
you
wanna
record
end-
the police and you'll never offer you a job again.
you want to end that quickly. As soon as you say, well, you know what really separates me from the other candidates? I'm pretty sure no one else here has been paroled for murder. So, I mean, I got out 3 years early. I'm ahead of the game.
Right. There you go.
She was able to tell the truth. It's just like, well, I was attacked by a SWAT raid, and then I had an argument with the prosecutor, which they sent police down to assault us.
It ended up being us debating and having like a bet on it. I was like, he's not going to call. And Chris is like, I don't know, he might.
I said, hell, you might stand apart like that, just like the question said.
Right?
Because
Hell
it
yeah.
actually was some kind of job dealing with activism of some sort, wasn't it?
It was a nonprofit, like helping nonprofits get their
Supposedly.
organization going or something.
Oh, yeah, fuck that.
$22
Yeah.
an hour.
Jeff, he's live, damn it.
I know,
No
right?
profit,
Stop
no
texting me. Damn it. Hey, I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm old, right? It's my bedtime. So
Yeah, guys. Hey, we do too. Like, I love all y'all, but we got to get going soon. We got to get right to school in the morning, an hour away.
yeah, I
So-
gotta go. I appreciate you guys. Send me the email so I can get that camera out to you guys.
Man,
Hey,
I love
before you
you.
go,
Thank
NC,
you, brother.
before you go,
Yeah.
fuck this shit, I'm out. Bam.
Oh damn it! I ain't got it ready, Bo. I can't play it. I don't think. You know.
I
Yeah,
will.
yeah, I can. I got it.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh
No
shit! It's
thanks.
working
Don't
today.
mind
What
me.
the fuck?
I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All right then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. This shit, I'm
Bam!
out.
There you go. All right, y'all have a good one. I'm out of here.
Family for
We
life,
love you,
y'all.
Jeff. We'll see you
Right
later,
on, baby.
buddy.
Right on.
Jeff.
All right, I'm out too. Wham. That's my thing. Wham. I created it, and then Jeff stole it from me.
Bye, AFA. Thank you for coming.
We'll talk
Nice to see you guys. Wilson,
brother.
Much love.
Wilson, Toe Road, Chuck Bronson / Big Man later.
All right.
Later,
Take
man.
care, brother.
See you, AFA.
Did we ever get through all your questions, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
I do believe so.
Oh, man.
It only took us 3 hours, but we got it.
And I just want to say
Tell
real
you what.
quick, Tiff, because AJ did drop out because her signal was weakening. It gets like this at night around this time for her. I will say though that when the show started, she asked me about coming up, and her reasoning was behind coming up. She said, "Well, no one's there with Tiff," so she wanted to make sure she was up on panel with you.
She wanted to make sure you guys had girl power up
Yeah,
here.
she wanted to make sure you
I
had
love
girl power.
her.
So
I'm going to be reaching out to them with the show. It's awesome. I love all of the ladies on here who support fellow women. I mean, we need you guys so much. So, AJ, thank you.
Tiffany's forgetting something here. I think that she told me
Probably.
before the show. I'm trying to help her out with that. She does the same for me.
I
But
need an
she was
assistant.
saying to remind her that, you know, to let everyone know that's on panel or watching or listening that, you know, she's here to help. If you're encountering whatever she might be able to answer questions on, especially the stuff with DCS and that type of overreach. So she was going to tell you guys that, you know, she's always available.
Yes.
And then what I was going to say about that is if anyone needs to know how to contact her, just about every single name that popped up through any of this whole thing, they all pretty much have ways of getting a hold of us. So that goes for either one, questions or needing help from either one of us.
Yes.
And I mean, we can't do it for you, but man, we're here for you, you know? So if anybody needs to contact us, just about any person that you see on this entire panel, you know, and most of the people in the chat, they know how to get a hold of us. So just ask.
Well, and then the thing with DCS is, you know, I mean, you have your whole legal maze and then your DCS maze, and it's crazy.
Yeah, process
So-
is difficult to learn. But
Procedures are insane.
Yeah.
So
And I do want to say, because I forgot to say this earlier and it was on my mind, but if you're listening, Manuel Mata, he was on panel early in the show. He hung out for a long time. He was waiting. He was, you know, giving MLH his time. And I don't know, he dropped off. Maybe he had something to do. Maybe he's still listening. But Manuel, I appreciate you for being here, man. I wish you was here so you could ask the questions that you needed to.
Yes.
But he's a trooper, man, because he stayed right up there and he just stayed muted while MLH was, you know, just question after question, you know, and so
Well,
I
I'll say
want to make
this.
sure. I wanted to make sure that I showed Manuel Mata, you know, his props, man, for being here, and I appreciate
yes,
that.
thank you.
yeah, and I actually asked him if he wanted to come because I'll tell you, him and I have been talking quite a bit, you know, back and forth about different things, you know, he's just been kind of been there, you know what I mean, like a buddy, and he's really, you know, he's a great guy. He's in it for the right reasons, and you know, I kind of just wanted him, if he did have any questions about anything, because he has been proactively supporting, you know, like, and a lot of people have. I mean, we've got San Joaquin family been supportive, you know, like there's so many, I don't even know how, like, I wish I could just sit here and say the name of every one and every channel and all that. But I promise you guys, it's like everybody, you know, and we love them all the same. And we appreciate it all so much, you know, but it is a lot of people.
Another one that's been helping is the Rise of the Fall. I think I'm saying it correctly. I'll have to go back and double check myself, but I think that they're another one that's been trying to help promote.
Yeah, it's amazing how when the word gets out there, man, is everybody's like jumps right in to do their part. And it's, you know, and you know, we didn't expect it, guys. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. That's everybody.
Yeah, and I know I speak.
I mean, you got my number. You're more than welcome to call me anytime. You know that.
Right.
Hell,
Yeah.
just text me in the middle of the night. Hey, can you do this? Yeah, I can.
Guilty.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
cool that we all have each other's back on like this, that, and the other.
Yep.
When it comes to the legal system, it can be, you know, some of us have had experiences that other ones haven't, and
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of questions to be asked, you know.
And
Hey,
with
Road
me,
Dog.
I'll be thinking if I don't do it right then, I'll be like, no, don't bother him with that. It's okay. I have to do it right then. I'm like, no, I need him.
Yeah.
No, you're good. If I'm asleep or something, it won't wake me up. Most of the time, let's put it that way. But yeah, just text it to me and I'll get to it in the morning if it doesn't. But normally I'm up till like 5 or 6 in the morning. So
Hey,
man's got a question.
Hey, real quick, before I forget, because I haven't got to do this up on a panel for a minute. Fuck you, Road Dogs.
yeah, fuck you, big man.
And I think I speak for everybody in the family. We all support you. That's what I've gotten from everybody. I know they're all here in chats and all that, so I know they're around. But you know, we support you guys and we appreciate you guys and we love you guys. You know, so I don't know. I just wanted to say that, man. We love you guys. You guys are awesome. And the family's here for you. So
We love you guys too.
And
We love
everybody
our
that's
family.
watching too, you know, we want to
Yes.
give our props to them too. Like everyone who's taken any kind of, you know what I'm saying, guys? It's everybody.
And for the ones that are
Just
on
if
here
Chris
watching and
calls
learning,
you, just plan on just blocking out about 3 hours. Just saying.
yeah, you'll need your whole day.
Yeah, charge your fucking battery, man.
I love teasing him about that.
Charge your battery. Chris is calling.
Go ahead and have
he
somebody
called me
call
up
and
one day and
cancel
he
your
goes, I got a
appointment since
question
you're not
for
making
you.
them.
I said, just one? Yeah. Okay. 3.5 hours later, I was hanging up. It was like, damn, that was a long question.
He has started conversations with people saying they're going to be real quick, they're going to be short, and I'll go off and do something while he's talking, and I'll come back 4 hours later. I'm like, "What are you doing?"
I think y'all just love talking
And I'm
to me.
like,
Is
no,
what it is.
I was like, let them go.
Yeah, I just do whatever, and then you all won't leave the phone. I'm not going to hang up on you. I'm too nice for that. You know.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey,
I think it's the other
call me
round.
anytime you want.
Yeah, but I think it's about time we. What'd you say, Mark?
I said that you guys can call me anytime you want. Road Dog's got my number.
Same here, man.
Even
Same
if it's
here,
just
brother.
the bullshit.
Yep. Same here.
You might change your mind after one phone call with Chris. Like,
Charge your battery, and then you can do it anytime you want.
Exactly. There you go.
Now,
Now,
if you send
Tiffany
me
normally
emails
gets to the
that I'm going to
point.
quick respond to them, I hate typing. So.
I don't know. I've seen some of his emails. I don't know.
So
Tiffany's normally pretty good about when she calls. She gets to the point and is like, okay. And then we may chit chat for like an extra couple minutes, but it's like a normal phone call. Chris, on the other hand, well, we're not going to.
I entertain myself.
Exactly.
So I think we're gonna kill
but
this.
we all love Chris.
Kill this live stream, y'all. I just want to say that I appreciate all the people that came up on panel for support for public safety and official misconduct. The people that helped put the show together tonight, Mexican Long Hair, DJ K. Dot, the after party. He was a huge help putting the show together. He couldn't be here, but we love DJ K. Dot. Road Dogs Media, of course. And, you know, we just want to say that we appreciate you guys. All the people that were on panel, Mr. Wilson, Big Man, NC Tyrant Hunter, AFA, Paulie Crispy, Manuel Mata, PTP 719, American Justice of Texas. We love you guys. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Did I miss anybody?
The mods.
Oh yeah, no, I meant that came on panel.
Okay, all right, cool. Because I don't want to forget them, man. They might ask.
Nope.
No,
we got the best mods.
Yeah, and again, yeah, we got the best mods in the world. I'm sure some of the mods up here would have wanted to be up here, like Heather Holt. She does like coming up and she does like asking questions, but she was working her butt off over there in the chats. Her, Judd, Nanner, M Star. I thought I seen Farlap a little earlier. Something must have came up with him. But they were working their butts off in the chats. I love you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. All the people, all the chatters that were in the chat, man, all your questions, all your support for official misconduct and for public safety. I'm sure they appreciate it. We appreciate it at the Road and Toe Show. Man, we had a long ass stream. I love everybody. Thank you guys for being here.
We forgot somebody.
Who?
Jody.
Mr.
AFA. Oh, I did say AFA.
Did you? I
did say AFA.
Well,
I
how
said
about I'm going to throw one extra out there, guys? I'm going to take advantage of a moment here. I don't know how many people are left in this chat or whatever, but I'll bet enough people watch it at the very least. ATL is only like 30 or 40 subs away from getting 1K. Let's take advantage of this moment to finally get him past that barrier. He deserves it.
Right on.
Everybody sub. Can one of the mods drop ATL? Get him over 1,000 for God's sake. The man works his ass off for your kids.
And I want to say extra special shout out to the leader of the family, NC Tyrant Hunter, always showing the love and support and giving away cameras out here to help people out. Fucking NC is the bomb. You guys, I mean, I'm sure everybody in here is already subscribed.
Yeah.
So if
And
not,
Mr.
go do it.
Irrelevant and Lucky Laptop.
Yeah. Ohio Steve. Yes. And we also want to thank all you trolls. Because you trolls give us content and y'all give us watch hours. So we love you too.
We'd never have any fun without y'all.
We love Karens and Darrens.
But yeah, So with that, y'all, I love you guys. Thank you. And yeah, and oh yeah, NC Tyrant Hunter is only 5,643 away from 100,000, 100K. He's going to be giving away a lot more stuff than what he's already been giving away, because he's been giving away shit on all his live streams. And obviously he came up here and he gave away a camera tonight. So that's freaking awesome. NC's great, guys.
Yeah, we
got auditor reached 1K.
Oh, ATL made it to 1K. So
all right. Congratulations, ATL. Man, he's been busting his ass for that, dude. Thank you, guys. We appreciate that.
So, Road Dogs, man, it's on you, brother.
I just need to ditto what you said. You pretty much covered everything I was going to say. Thank you for everybody coming in. For public safety, official misconduct, we got your back. We're here for you. Mark, definitely thank you for coming up. Big man, fuck you. No, I love you. I want to thank everybody that was on panel. MLH, he brought some really good questions. AFA for coming up, getting clarification on a couple things, and everybody that was in chat. We do this for you guys. We can't do it without you. So really, we really need to roll out the red carpet for you guys. Back over to you, Toe.
Yeah. And again, I want everybody to say a prayer or keep in your thoughts, whatever you do, whatever religion you are, for K-Dot, DJ K-Dot, the after party. We wish he was here, and I know he wished he was here, but he had a death in the family, so he had to not be here. So we love DJ K-Dot, so keep him in your thoughts, y'all. Again, Mexican long hair, we love you, even though I want to cut your hair. Thanks for doing what you did, man, and I know you're listening while you're driving. And tell Bernie B we said hi, and we love her too. But with that, y'all, outro.
Hey, can I make a very special?
I already.
This shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And go ahead, Chris. I heard you was gonna say
Oh
something.
no, it's okay, bro.
I hit the button. I hit the button before you even said it. I clicked the button already.
It might have been too much anyway. I was just gonna see if y'all play that little part where I was on the horse giving the peace sign out, But that's all good, bro. Shit, it's like this is a long one.
All right, y'all. We love you, everybody in chat, the mods. You guys work your ass off. Family for life. Again, everybody that took part in the show, everybody that had their channels toggled, Mexican Long Hair, DJ K-Dot for public safety, American Justice of Texas, Road Dogs Media, Toe for Life Twitch channel, and the Road and Toe Show. So with that,
freeze, motherfucker.
This is the Road and Toe Show. This is a special episode. I'm your fucking host, Toe for Life. This is my host, Road Dogs Media, and we out this bitch. Toodles, y'all.